I think I found it.
And welcome back here to Daytona International Speedway for tonight's running of the Team Speak 500. Looks like been running around here for a couple weeks now. It's time for the Team Speak 500. So Speed Weeks have now officially come to a close tonight with the 6th annual running of the Daytona Team Speak 500. Racing has been fast and furious so far, and fast and tight here at Daytona, with 42 qualifying this year for the Team Speak 500. Louis Bussa III will be leading the pack off the green tonight, after securing a red line design pole award with a 43.868 second lap. Starting outside the pole for this race will be Travis McKinney, who qualified with a lap time of 43.9139 seconds. The rest of the field was separated by less than 4/10 of a second during qualifying. Last Saturday, the drivers raced in the NuffWORLD Dual 150s to find out what position they will be starting in. Winning the first duel was Dale Reynolds, who finished slightly in front of Jeremy Enix by a .06 seconds. Very close race we had there. Dale earned the third starting spot just behind Louis Bussa, and Chuck Garcia grabbed the win in the second duel away from Nick Thames with the last 3 laps of the race. The finish was played out with Ed Wilson pushing Chuck out front when the 08 car of Danny Gutierrez in third got turned on the last lap coming out of turn 4, causing the big one. With all the hype and excitement, it'll be interesting to see who will win the Team Speak 500 tonight. Will it be someone from the pole, one of our Dual 150 winners, or will it be someone from the back? Only one way to find out. Stay tuned and watch the Great American Race here on NuffWORLD TV. But let me ask your opinions and thoughts here, Jacob. What do you think? Is it going to be someone from the pole? You think it's going to be a pole driver or someone from the back of the pack? Or what's your thoughts on tonight's race?
Well, I'm not quite sure if I think we'll see what we saw in the duels, but you know, it's a lot bigger pack, and you can't predict who's going to win here at Daytona. It really could be anybody, and like last year, he surprised, like, say, Lacey. She came out of nowhere. She finished 4th and took everybody by surprise. So, you know, you never know.
That's sure. I mean, this is just one of those tracks where, you know, the draft is everything, and then hooking up the right person at the right time, you can go from the front to the back or the back to the front. But as we kick off tonight's broadcast, I would like to express from Jacob, myself, Stephen Mahana, the entire crew here at NuffWORLD, you know, our deepest condolences and sympathies, you know, for those injured today at the nationwide race in the accident there coming out of turn 4. From what we've read so far, it looks like everyone is okay at this point in stable condition, but we're still waiting on, from my understanding with the media, what I've seen, still waiting on some word for some. But that was an interesting finish to say the least today, and we're hoping for some interesting finish here tonight.
Yeah, that was a great race all day, but like you said, our thoughts and prayers go with all the families of those injured fans up in the stands, and even the drivers involved in the wreck. But it's just unfortunate situation. But yeah, we do hope to see a lot of side-by-side great racing here today.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's definitely an unfortunate event. Sometimes it happens, you know, 1 minute you're there having fun watching the race, and then something like that happens. But as Jacob said, you know, man, our thoughts and prayers with the families of those out there. But as we take the green flag here tonight, it looks like we're going to have an entire full field here tonight. We've got quite a few racers. We had a few who didn't show, who qualified their way in during the dual 150s, but had a few provisionals, made their way in. Looks like we're going to have a full field here tonight. And what was, have you had a chance to check out, see what the fuel mileage will be for tonight by any chance there, J-Pup?
Well, it looks like fuel will go. We'll see people pitting around just over 30 laps, and there could be fuel strategy in here. There were a few people, like say on Thursday's race, there was a Ben Britton who he tried to stretch it on fuel, and he actually ran out, and his day didn't go well. So I mean, people will stretch it out, and people will they'll pit early to get advantage on the field. So there will definitely be, if it stays green, there'll definitely be a huge fuel strategy in this race.
Right, you are. That was a interesting finish to say the least itself. Going back to Thursday night, you were referencing there coming out of turn 4. No, myself involved. That was a very interesting finish coming out of turn 4, pushing yours truly back there, our producer Stephen Mahana, you know, running around looking for a top 10 finish, and coming out of turn 4, and Danny Gutierrez in that 08 machine had also ran out of fuel, was trying to get it across the start-finish line and limp it home, you know, with a half-decent finish, and caused a major pile up there coming out of 4, you know. So it was definitely an interesting finish, and fuel strategy is definitely, if they keep it green like they did Thursday night, going to play an interesting part here tonight.
Yeah, and fuel's always at any track, fuel can be a huge part of a strategy to win. But even in Thursday's race again, did have a great finish with winner Ben Bando and Christian Vasquez as well. Ben Bando beat Christian Vasquez to the line for the win for about 4/1000ths of a second. So it was a very, very close finish, and we could see that same finish here today.
Yeah, exactly. You referenced that was a very close finish, very tight racing all night long. And for those of you joining us who may not be a part, get over on Facebook, kind of check us out there, NuffWORLD Racing. You know, kind of check out. There's a photo up of the win from Thursday night there, and you'll see just how close that was. It was a very tight run all the way to the end there. But yeah, I think we're going to have probably the same thing tonight. I don't know if it'll. Let me get your thoughts on this. You think it's going to be someone coming off of turn 4 to try to make the pass, J-Pup, to go for the win, or is it going to be a team or a tandem? What are your thoughts, you think, coming out at the very end of the race? Just, you know, coming off turn 4 for the win, or will it be someone just run away with it?
It really all depends on the situation. Here, I don't think you have enough to pass by yourself, but if you got that help behind you coming out of turn 4, if you just get that little help, you'll get you can get beside him, you can get that side draft off him. So if it just really depends on the positioning of all the drivers coming out of turn 4.
Right, you are. You know, we've seen that quite a bit here over the duels and stuff, trying to make that pass coming off of 4 and haven't been able to do it. But getting word here, we're about to go to commercial break here in about 10 to 15 seconds, and actually the national anthem will be coming up. Looks like we about ready to take the green flag here, but stay tuned. We're live here, Nuff TV, and we'll be back with the starting grid.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And against red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
All right, welcome back to Daytona International Speedway here for the Team Speak 500 tonight, live on Nuff TV. I want to welcome all our viewers watching us there tonight as we get ready to take the green here. We'll be going through the starting grid here in just a moment, but tonight's racing, I think there's going to be a lot of high-speed racing. A lot of guys are going to be playing pit strategies, and from what I've been reading around on our forums this week, looks like there's been quite a few changes as far as people going to different teams and such too, getting ready to start the season off. So should be a very interesting night of racing here. So we'll kind of get kicked off here with tonight's starting grid. J-Pop?
And as we said before, starting on pole is Louis Bussa, and starting in outside front row is Travis McKinney. Starting third is the winner of Duel 1, Dale Reynolds. Starting fourth is the winner of Duel 2, Chuck Garcia. Starting fifth is Jeremy Enox. And starting sixth is Nick Thames. Starting seventh is the 31 of Alex Monteferrante. Starting eighth is the 88 of Ed Wilson. Starting ninth is the 32 of Justin Barden. And starting 10th is the 48 of Dom LaRusso.
Right, starting in the number 11 position tonight will be the number 7 of Howard Wildrick. Starting in the 12th position will be the number 76 of Joshua Biddle. Starting 13th, the 61 of Charles Payne. Starting in 14th will be the number 12 of Jerry Hinkle. Starting out in 15th tonight will be the number 40 of Ethan Rondu. Starting 16th will be the 33 Monster Energy of Ben Bando. Starting 17th will be the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. Starting alongside him in the 18th position, Kevin Kelly Sr. That should be an interesting one there. Starting in 19th, the 08 of Danny Gutierrez, and starting in 20th, the number 26 of Doc Stout.
Starting 21st is the 11 of Steve Dayow. Starting 22nd is the 54 of Charles Chapman. Starting 23rd is the 05 of Nick Del Campo. Starting 24th is the 23 of Frankie Samanto. Starting 25th is the number 4 of Dennis Wright. Starting 26th is the number 03 of Bruce Turner. Starting 27th is the 81 of William Robertson. Starting 28th is the 83 of Timmy St. Jean. Starting 29th is the 9 of Mike Houston. And starting 30th is the 15 of Darren Bench.
Starting in 31st, the number 8 of Christian Vasquez. Starting in 32nd, the number 16 of Brian Lee. Starting 33rd is the 34 of Ben Britton. Starting 34th, the 10 of Chris Matheny. Starting back in 35th, the number 99 of Dennis Jenkins. Starting in 36th, the number 5 of Braxton Pierce. Starting in 37th, the 68 of Danny Baker. Starting in 38th, the number 13 of Tony Ball. Starting 39th, the number 82 of Sean Tate. And starting in 40th, rounding out our field tonight, will be the number 14 of Kevin Hibbett. So as we're getting ready to come to the green here, it looks like we're getting ready to go to action. Looks like we're going to come down and take the green flag here. As you can look at that first place car tonight up there on the pole, Louis Bussa running that Team Speak special paint scheme for tonight's sponsor here for the Team Speak 500. Look for him to put that car up front quite a bit tonight.
Yeah, the pace car rolls off, and we are green here in the Team Speak 500 in NuffWorld.
Yeah, and it looks like Louis Bussa got off to a real good start there in that number 3 machine, and he's pulling out there. He's got Dale Reynolds in that 27 pulling right in behind him. Looks like those two have about to tuck up nose to tail, and looks like they got themselves a real good start there. Kind of got a jump as Travis McKinney jumps down on the inside in that number 42 to looks like he's going to try to catch the draft, and they're going to try to make a pretty good sized pack here as everybody rolls down the backstretch.
Yeah, that was a really good start for the first and the third place there, and they're hooking up, and a lot of people dropping down to the bottom, and see if anybody tries to get a high lane going earlier, if they're only going to fall down to the inside lane quick.
Yeah, it looks like right now that third and fourth place machine there of McKinney and looks like Jeremy Enox have linked up together. Jeremy Enox has posed up on the bumper of Travis McKinney, and looks like they're starting to form up into a nice long line there. We'll see as laps progress how far this lead pack will stretch out to be.
If we look way back in the field, we do have some drivers rolling through pit road. We have the number 5 of Braxton Pierce, the 82 of Sean Tate, the 13 of Tony Ball. All these guys missed our qualifying races of the duels, so they will have to do a drive-through penalty as they finish serving those. So that puts a big hole to get themselves out of for this the start of this race.
Right, you are, J-Pop. That's a rough way to start the race, but lucky for them tonight, you know, with the amount of guys we had missed the qualifying sessions, that they're going to have a pretty decent-sized pack there. So it's going to be a lot better for them than if it had been just one man missing that qualifying session and try to be out there by himself. So they should be able to hook up 2, 3, 4 cars there and still be able to make some time and some speed.
Yeah, it looks like most everybody is they're starting to get single file. A few cars out on the outside, maybe stuck out there, or trying to get something going. But for the most part, almost all of our field is single file here through the first few laps.
Right, these guys know after racing, you know, with the shootout and racing with the duels and such last couple of weeks, they know it's not a 60 or a 75 lap shootout tonight. It's going to be a nice long race, so a lot of them are already starting to settle in, try to take care of those cars and try to be there for the end, because it's going to be a long day for you if you go out there and make a bad mistake right now and you know, wrinkle that car up.
Yeah, and we see the 32 down on the apron. Way down on the back apron on the back straight at 32 of Justin Barton. He cuts through the grass, and it looks like he's gonna try and join back up on the track. I'm not sure what happened there. He might have gotten a little tap or just gotten a piece of the apron, because if you get that piece of the apron in the middle of the corner, it'll send you sideways. So good job of keeping that car straight, and just unfortunately he's gonna lose a lot of positions.
Yeah, he's definitely going to lose a lot of positions. Looks like he lost a lot of speed there too, and may have completely lost the draft altogether from what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, it looks like he may have got a little bit of that down on the apron there, and kind of got it squirrely, which it's hard to recover most times. And a lot of props there to Justin Barton, you know, for being able to recover that car and keep it off the walls and keep him turning it up bad. But now he's at a definite disadvantage just trying to hang on out there.
Looks like there's a little separation of our top 10 cars here. Top 10 cars have singled out and broken away from 11th and back, and it's just a good start for the top 10, and they're trying to distance themselves and add less cars to this pack.
Yeah, that's a definite 10-car breakaway there, as they put a pretty good gap of about 2 seconds there back to the 11th place machine of Charles Payne, excuse me. But if they can keep themselves into that little order right there and keep running like that single file, they should be able to get quite a bit more distance on that second pack, who, you know, looking back there, they're running for the fairly most for about single file, but they got a few cars up on that outside. Looks like they're kind of jockeying for position. As long as they continue to do that, that front pack will definitely be running away from them.
Yeah, a lot of guys that made some bad runs in the duels, they're trying to, and to have fast cars, they're trying to get through that field quick, and they don't want to spend their time in the back, because of course somebody gets turned around, there could be a big mess.
Yeah, it looks like just kind of paying attention here on pit road, the 82 of Sean Tate has definitely made a very unscheduled pit stop here on lap 6. I don't know, there may have been some issues with that car, you know, needed to be worked out or get fixed real quick, but for whatever reason it was, Sean Tate on pit road, coming off pit road now, and that's going to cost him a lot of distance too out here on the track, as he has no one to draft with now.
Yeah, and as we look way back in 37th position, the 9 of Mike Houston is down way in the grass, and not sure what happened to him, but must have got turned or did something, because he's in bad shape right now.
Yeah, that's definitely not a place you want to be this early in the race, as we see the pack goes by Mike Houston there, puts him down a lap now, so that'll drop him back into the 39th position. So it's definitely not a place Big Mike wants to be tonight, you know, at this early point of the race, as he's got the car righted now, and looks like he's going to be rejoining the track, so he may be coming down pit road soon to get some work done on that car also.
As we look up back to the front of the field, it's they go by lapping the 5 of Braxton Pierce. It's looks like 2 cars, 9th and 10th. Dominic LaRusso and Alex Monteferrane may have lost the lead pack here, and that could be very, very costly, as they could lose a lot of time.
Yeah, that could definitely be costly for them if they can't catch back into that draft and pull themselves back in there. But you talked about Braxton Pearson, that number 5 machine. He has caught the lucky break there, and as far as he was one of the guys that had to come in early there, make that pit stop, that drive-through for the penalty for not qualifying. But he's been able to tuck right in with that draft, and has put himself in there to where he's definitely in a good spot for the lucky dog right now if he continues to hang on to that draft and continue to pull himself around like he is.
Yeah, we experienced something like that in the duels. Somebody got in a hole early, got a lap down, they caught onto the lead pack, got the caution came out, they got the lucky dog, and they ended up getting a top 10 finish out of it. So it's very important for you to, even though you're by yourself, to ride around and wait and try and hook onto that lead pack, because it could really pay off in the end.
Yeah, you were talking about earlier there with Alex Monteferranti and LaRusso back there in they look like they're actually starting to make maybe a little ground on the back of that pack, trying to catch on to Braxton Pearson at number 5. They started making a little bit of ground as that front pack has started going high. It looks like they're moving around a lot right now rather than staying single file like they were. And if that's the case, they may still be able to catch into that pack and keep it as a 10-car pack.
Yeah, there's, every time cars move around, it's always going to slow your pack down. So and that's going to be huge for the second group as well. The second group of cars who all single file, if they stay like that and the lead pack keeps racing double file, they could that second pack could catch the first any time.
Right, I'm looking back here in the 11th position at that second pack right now with Charles Payne leading the way in that number 61. But he's got a very good pusher right there behind him in that number 30 of Kevin Kelly. So they moved around a little bit, kind of sorted themselves out. And Kevin Kelly Sr. and Kevin Kelly Jr. back there, second, third car in that pack right there. And if anybody knows how to push a car around here and make up some time, it's that number 30 of Kevin Kelly, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's always important to get the best pusher behind you and get the best leader in front, because you guys will you'll make a lot of headway that way. And looks like in the second group we also have a few guys moving to the outside, trying to get by this group.
Yeah, I see Christian Vasquez looks like it's in that group up there on that high side, and Christian, as most everybody here in around NuffWORLD knows, that young man from down in Costa Rica, he definitely is a very good pusher. And Louis Bussa referred to him after the shootout and such on how steady he is back there pushing the car around. So that if they can get linked up on that high side with Christian back there pushing, that might be a potent way to go too.
Yeah, and these guys are all teammates up here on the top. Ben Bando, Bruce Turner, your defending champion, Christian Vasquez are all up there, all teammates, and they're making some moves.
Yeah, they are definitely right now with the 33 of Bando leading that charge up there on the outside. They pulled up alongside the 61 of Chris Payne back there, and looks like they're making that high line work right now with that 3-4 car draft up there. If they can just keep everything tight, they might be able to put those 3 in front, and that might be the faster group to pull that second pack on around if they make this happen.
Yeah, those guys. Sometimes a three-car draft can actually be one of the fastest around here. I'm not sure why, but it's just something that this track has. You can get in a 3 or maybe even 4-car draft, and you can be faster than any 10-car pack that's single file out there.
Yeah, that's for sure, and it looks like that top line now, they've made enough distance. They've cleared that bottom line, and they'll probably duck down, which they are doing now, onto that bottom line there. And Timmy St. Jean in the 83 and the 08 of Danny Gutierrez saw what happened. Looks like they're trying to make the same exact move, to get up through there and get around the 61, the 30, and the 87. But, they just haven't had the luck yet so far that group just went around did.
Yeah, they're trying to, yep, they do the same thing. Somebody has a huge run, does something good, finds a new line. You got other guys following that line and seeing if it can work for them. And it could, that line searching early in the race could end up being possibly a race-winning move near at the end.
That could definitely be. You've definitely got to be able to run more than just one area on this track. You've got to be able to find different lines, fastest way around for your car, fastest way around for a group. And you also got to know who's pushing you and who's in front of you, at all times. So it can definitely be a game changer here in the in racing, you know. But looks like the 83 has pulled back down into that inside line there and left the 08 of Danny Gutierrez kind of hanging out there by himself right now. So he, unless he can get some help up there on that high side, which I don't see any coming, he's going to lose a few positions now.
Yeah, these four, they continue, 33 of Ben Bando, 03 of Bruce Turner, and all these guys in the group, they continue to pull away from that second pack, and they could be picking up 2 more cars here in the 31 of Alex Monteferrante and the 48 of Dominic LaRusso. So they could add 2 more guys to this pack.
Yeah, I was just kind of watching that too. Looks like as they went into turns 3 and 4 there, the 31 of Monteferrante and 48 of LaRusso, they kind of, rather than being nose to tail, they kind of went different directions there. Maybe they were trying to scrub off some speed so they can do just like you were saying there, J-Pop, you know, tag into the back of this and make it a 6-car field and try to push themselves back up there, maybe get a chance on that lead pack before it's all over with.
Yeah, they have been gaining just a little bit of time, and it looks like the 31 and 48 quickly fall down in line, trying to get that hold of that draft, see if they can, or these 4 are just going too fast for anybody to hang on with them.
Yeah, that's usually the key factor right there as you try to snip into that draft, you know, after they go by you, because they're moving about 10 to 15 mile an hour quicker than you are. You'll be able to catch that draft, but sometimes it takes about a half a lap to a lap to really be able to suck up onto the back bumper and make it work really well.
Looking back in the field, say about looking around here in the 25th, the 54 of Charles Chapman with the 15 of Darren Benj and the 34 of Ben Britton. I'm just interested to see if these guys are back here by choice or if they're having a little trouble getting going, because sometimes it's a long 200 lap race, so they could be sitting there buying their time, waiting for caution, and they maybe they just don't want to get up in the mess too early.
Yeah, that'll be the interesting thing to watch with that group and see, you know, what did happen. They may have had a bad start there, and you never know, or they may just be laying back, kind of buying their time, you know. But looks like the 40 of Ethan Rondo there. Welcome back, by the way, Ethan Rondo to NuffWORLD Racing after a 2-year hiatus, but he's back this year with us, an old veteran here. But looks like him and Biddle in the 76 had hooked up there for a little bit, but I don't know. Rondo got a burst of speed coming out of there. He got around Chapman and has left Biddle also his drafting partner.
Yeah, and not sure if they're working together, or like I said, they just all got in their back there not by choice, and they're all trying to get away from each other. But it is very important to make friends early in the race, because later in the race those could be the only friends around you that you have to maybe grab the win.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking back in the field here, back here in 35th. Like you said, we were talking a little bit earlier about that 32 of Justin Barden back there, who got down on the apron there a little earlier during the race. He's now fallen back here, studied himself out in 35th, and has picked up a drafting help here from the 14 of Kevin Hibbett, and those two are running around together also. And as long as they can keep a 2-car draft, at least they can make some speed. They currently they're about 21 seconds off the pace right now from the leaders, but you know, at least 2 cars will be able to make a much quicker speed than any 1 car, and Barton, in any case, has picked up some drafting help now.
Yeah, it's whenever you get in that problem like Barton did, you got to find help as quickly as possible. So if that means somebody's way behind you, you're gonna have to let off, because you can't ride around here by yourself, or you're just gonna get killed. So it's very important for those two to get together, ride around, and just wait for that caution.
Yeah, and speaking of waiting for cautions, one man I'm sure would like to see one right now is at number 9, running around back there in 40th position of Mike Houston, man. After we saw him get down in the grass and had a hard time getting out of the grass there earlier in the race, he's now falling 4 laps off the pace at this moment, 4 laps down, and unfortunately has no drafting help whatsoever. So, you know, he's got to be feeling pretty lonely out there at this point.
Yeah, just unfortunate for him to happen that quick and that early. But we have a caution on the racetrack. Not sure where. Way huge wreck way back of the field. A lot of cars involved.
Oh wow, yeah, there's a lot of cars. Looks like a lot of cars out of that front pack too. I see Ed Wilson there, Jerry Hinkle, Alex Monteferrante. Looked like Frankie Simano was involved. I see the Christian Vasquez, Charles Chapman, Manthe. Wow, that was a big one. That's always a thing here at Daytona. When's the big one going to happen? I guess we kind of just found out as we were looking around in the back.
Yeah, we said it earlier. A lot of guys, like I said, a lot of guys maybe waiting back there, not trying to get in the mess, and that's the mess they were maybe trying to avoid.
Yeah, it looks like that one was a big mess. That's a lot of cars involved in that one, and we'll have to find out exactly what did happen on that one with the replay. But it looks to me like that took out about at least 8 to 10 cars right there.
Yep. Wow, that's just a really big wreck.
Yeah, it looks like it might have started with the 88 car. I don't know exactly what happened as we take a look at the replay here. But either way, you know, a lot of action still to come here. That's about 22 laps completed now, so we got about 178 to go here tonight, and looks like some of these guys with 178 laps, you know, still to go is going to get a very interesting. And I'm getting word here from the pit road reporters. Looks like the Ed Wilson machine, the 88 machine, looks like he had an electrical problem and the engine just shut off on him is what happened there. So it caused him to, you know, kind of stack up the field, got run off into the grass and slid back up on the track maybe. And that was that's what caused all that. But it looks like it was a electrical problem.
Yep, that's a very bad wreck and bad news for a lot of guys. But there is some good news. You got the 13 of Tony Ball. You got the 83 of Timmy St. Jean. You got 14 of Kevin Hibbett. You got Justin Barr and all those guys who are way back there got themselves in a hole, and now they're looking pretty as they're sitting pretty as very happy, big smiles on their faces.
I'll tell you someone I guarantee you is smiling through that helmet heavily right now is the number 5 of Braxton Pierce, who we had talked about earlier, you know, had been able to lock into that lead draft as they lapped him, put him a lap down, was able to lock in, catch that draft, and stay right there in that pack with him. So he'll be our lucky dog here as he goes around and gets a chance to pit, put on 4 fresh tires, get a tank of fuel, and be back on the lead lap. So we'll have to find out now and see just, you know, how well this will help out Braxton, but you know he's smiling about that.
Yep, and that could be huge for him because you know, like, he had to pit, and it wasn't anything of his own doing. He just he was forced to do it, and now he's back up, and now he can see what his car really has.
Yeah, it looks like the one car that did stay out there though was the number 27 of Dale Reynolds. I don't know if he's maybe staying out just to lead that one lap and try to get his bonus point right now, or if he actually plans on staying out, because if my calculations are correct, based off what you were saying, about 30 to 35 laps of fuel here for, you know, these guys are only about 7 to 10 laps away from our green flag pit cycle as this came out, so it's going to get real interesting now to see, you know, if he actually goes in, or if that was the case, he was just staying out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he would be to stay out through this whole caution. That'd be the best idea. So I would think that he would come around, maybe the one to go, or maybe this time by. But maybe he's got a few friends that also stayed out, 2 cars behind him, the 15 of Darren Benj and the 40 of Ethan Rondo. Maybe those guys will go in with him.
Yeah, but as you saw the stat there, looks like the big gainer there on pit road, Bruce Turner, picked up 4 positions on pit road, so that's going to be a big help for Bruce. He may have only taken 2 tires on that pit stop, but he may have taken 4. I didn't get a chance to see exactly how many he took, but for either case, he definitely picked up 4 good positions there on pit road, so good job by Turner, that 03 machine out there on that pit cycle.
And there's one reason why he's your defending champ. He always he makes good moves, and he gains a lot of positions on the track and even on pit road. And he was one, I believe, who got through that wreck clean. So now he maybe will be up there with a good clean car, and now he can see what he has.
Yeah, right you are. I mean, like you said, he is our defending Cup Series champion, and you know, a lot of times, you know, if you can't make it up on the track, pit road's the next best place. You can pick up 4 positions coming off a pit road. That's even easier than picking it up, you know, out there on the track for sure.
There were a few guys that also came back down pit road. The three, Lewis Bussa, Dale Reynolds, like we thought, he went down pit road. Chris Turner, he again went down pit road. So there are a few guys that went down pit road again, and they're going to give up top 10 positions and have themselves back in the field. So
I wonder though, with the three of those three right there, if it maybe isn't wasn't a strategy of some sort to put the three of them together and you know, kind of ride around here for a while after they saw the big one just happen like that, and you know, towards the end.
yeah, we are only 24 laps into this race, so you know, maybe just gonna hang in the back for a while, because the 3 of Lewis Bussa and the 27 of Dale Reynolds, they pretty much led almost all that run there. So maybe they're just gonna sit back in the pack and maybe sit here for a little while.
That could be exactly what they may be trying to do, because that was 3 who run together a lot of times out here on the track, and I've seen them practice together a few times and know each other really well and how each other operates. So it may be something that, you know, these guys are, you know, some type of strategy to put the 3 of them together back there in the pack and just kind of run together and log some laps at a time, because, you know, Lewis has been up there in front. He's led quite a few laps already, and maybe he's not comfortable at this early part of the race staying up there in that position. He wants to fall back a little bit, as we've seen Jimmy Johnson do before also.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to go green this time. The pace car pulls off, and we got Darren Benj leading him to green. The green's back out.
And there, man, looks like Ben's got a pretty good jump there, and he may have got too good of a jump, so to speak, because he's out there all by himself right now. That's for sure. He's got a real good jump and has no help. So as these cars line up around him and get that draft, he may have put himself in a rough position there with that jump.
Yeah, so far it looks like on our 2 starts, the leader has always gotten out to a really big start, but like you said, he maybe got out to a little too big, and he could be suffering, and he could lose a lot of positions here now.
Yeah, it looks like Ben's up there, that 15 machine up on that high line is, you know, just going to be pushed out, not pushed out away, so to speak, but oh, look at that. The 19 of Jeremy Enix jumps up there with him. That's a surprise move I didn't think I would see, but then he drops back down, picks up Chuck Garcia. It looks like they may have bumped just a little bit there from the 24 of Chuck Garcia, but getting some interesting racing up here as these guys try to sort the order out on where they want to be, where they want each other. So it's definitely making for some exciting racing here now.
It looked like the 19 wanted to let the 15 down, but the 15 was reluctant to go down to the inside. So maybe he just, maybe the 15 wanted to be on the outside with maybe some of his maybe teammates, or maybe he just wanted to drop back in the field. I'm not sure what he wanted to do, but he's back up the outside.
Yeah, he's still up there on that outside with the 61 of Charles Payne, you know, kind of giving him a push there and trying to get that car moving as the 23 of Frankie Samanto moves up there on that high side with these guys. And, you know, they may be trying to form a high line now. There may have been something they had already discussed, you know, over their team communications or something. I don't know for sure, but looks like if they can get that top line hooked up, they might be able to go somewhere and make up some time, and may have been a good strategy.
Oh, there's a car. Oh, that's huge.
Oh, looks like we got a caution out.
Caution's out.
Wow, looks like someone got loose there. Couldn't quite catch which car that was, but someone got loose, or maybe got a bump in the rear end there coming off the turn, and caused him to get on that apron, and out of the way, he comes back around and whips it the other way and comes up into the pack. So we'll have to take a look at that, see, you know, what that was all about.
Luckily, it doesn't look like many cars were involved. It looks like only 2 cars were involved in that wreck. A lot of other people did a great job of avoiding that. So it looks like only 2 cars, from my knowledge, were in that wreck.
Yeah, looking at the replay here, it looks like Jenkins in that 99 machine, Dennis Jenkins, got down there just as he was coming off the exit there of 2, got down and just caught that front tire, that left front, down on the apron a little bit, and caused it to pull that rear end around. And as he tried to correct it, you know, that apron is a lot slippier gosh, I can't pronounce that word, but it's a lot slicker, we'll say that, than what the racetrack is, and it caused that rear end to come around the other way and caused him to go straight up the track into that 54 machine.
Yeah, that 54 just an unfortunate victim, and really nothing he could do about that situation, and it's unfortunate for the 54 there.
Yeah, like we referred to during the duels last week. You know, sometimes it's all about where you're at on the track, wrong place, wrong time, or sometimes a good place is a good time. But that was definitely wrong place, wrong time for the 54 of Chapman. There is he probably got some substantial damage, as I would say the 99 of Dennis Jenkins did also. So I'm sure we'll see those guys on pit road for a bit of an extended pit stop here.
Yeah, it looks like Chapman has pulled it into the garage after that damage. It looks like he is done for the day.
And yeah, that's a definite unfortunate break for that 54 of Chapman. You know, who he's had some pretty good runs here so far. You know, over in the duels and also in the shootout. And you know, I'm sure he wanted to see make a lot more laps tonight than what he has. So it's definitely a bad break for him tonight, putting it behind the wall, as he just had nowhere to go and just happened to be at the wrong place during that incident.
Through 28 laps here, Chapman will be the 6th DNF of the day, so unfortunate for all those guys there, but you know, it's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that Chapman being the 6th DNF of the day, we'll kind of run through the list here of guys who didn't have the best of luck today through no fault of their own, sometimes you would say. But the number 31 of Alex Monteferrante, as we talked about, early during the broadcast, was trying to catch up into that, and I've been running up front towards the front most of the day at that point. Also, the number 88 of Ed Wilson, who had been having a good run up until that point. The 76 of Joshua Biddle, the 08 of Danny Gutierrez, and the owner of Smoke Racing Incorporated, the number 4 of Dennis Wright, also out for the day. And now we'll add to that list the 54 of Charles Chapman. So definitely a rough day for those guys.
Yeah, it's looks like out of that we our leader is Travis McKinney. We got the 19 of Jeremy Enox in second. Chuck Garcia in the 24 is third. Fourth is the 7 of Howard Wildrick, and in fifth place is Dominic LaRusso in the 48.
Yeah, and look at there, surprise, surprise, the number 30 up there in 6th place of Kevin Kelly, followed in 7th place by the 05 of Nick Del Campo. In 8th place back there, the number 12 of Jerry Hinkle, who's been quiet so far tonight. And back in 9th place, Brian Lee in that 16 machine, and the 61 rounding out the top 10 of Charles Payne. So got some new faces, so to speak, up there in the top 10 right now after those 2 cautions. So looks like the race may be shaping up to take a change here.
Yeah, a lot of these guys were in before that first caution. A lot of these guys were in that second pack there, and through the pit stops, and these guys got back up there, and now they're seeing what their car has and seeing if any of these guys can take it.
Yeah, and thinking about what we had talked about earlier with Louis Bussa and that number 3 machine, and the crew that he dropped back there with, the 27 of Dale Reynolds, and also the 03 of Bruce Turner. Looks like they may have had some kind of idea or something, because we didn't talk about them during that little exchange right there. But once again, looks like the 3 of them got away and weren't involved in anything. So it might have been some type of strategy those 3 had worked out.
Yeah, they're sitting there almost all together, and out of the top 10, it looks like Jeremy Enox was the only one that peeled off out of the top 10 to go down pit road, and other than that, there are a lot of guys going down pit road already back in the field, so they figure they have nothing to lose.
Right, you are. We're already seeing a lot of action here tonight at the TeamSpeak 500, sponsored by TeamSpeak tonight. But a lot of action already out there on the track. This hasn't been like the duels, but however, it seems like they may be running it a lot like the duels, J-Pop, and these guys really, running this almost like it's a 60-lap race. So even though it's 200 so far, a lot of cautions. I don't think we saw this many even within the duels. We've hardly seen cautions at this rate. Yeah,
I believe our second duel there was caution free, and our first duel only had about one caution. So you know these guys are getting excited, and a few unfortunate, not one unfortunate first caution took out a lot of cars, and that's it's Daytona. So when you guys got when you have guys running big packs like that, and one guy goes around, and sometimes there's all those cars, there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, that was just proving this, so to speak, isn't it? The 54 of Chapman, he had nowhere he could go, nothing he could do on that one through no fault of his own, but he's behind the wall tonight, as well as other drivers, you know, just like you said, nothing they could have done about it, just wrong place at the wrong time. It's the nature of the beast here at Daytona when you start getting these cars together in a big pack like this. But I wonder some of it too, we were talking earlier about, you know, these guys are racing pretty tough so far, but keep in mind too, for those of you watching at home, this will be the first time in 2013 that we've you know, this being our first race of the year, that we've had all 40 plus cars out there on the track. So, you know, some of these cars may be handling different in those large packs than what they were, you know, and some of these cars, you know, were used during the during our duels and also during the shootouts. So I wonder, you know, as well as qualifying. So I wonder if some of them may be showing a little bit of wear now.
Yeah, and I believe we just got the signal for one to go, so I think we will be coming around for the green this time by.
Yeah, I think you are correct. I see the lights are out on the pace car, so we should be going back to green here pretty soon, and they're doubling up there on the back stretch. Got Kevin Kelly and Dale Reynolds right there. Looks like they're going to be starting out side by side. We talked about them earlier, so, and then you got Barton back there joining those also. So you got a few good cars back there who may run together and make a charge to the front here before too long.
Looks like the 24 of Chuck Garcia may have had a connection problem here, and there he goes. The disconnection for Chuck Garcia. He was in first place when that happened.
Yeah, that is a very unfortunate event for that 24 machine of Chuck Garcia, who's been up there and having a pretty good run and been able to stay out of trouble so far tonight. To you know, after a winner last week from duel number 2, so you know he definitely had a good car and had some strategy, I'm sure, on what he was planning on doing tonight. But man, it's an unfortunate break for him.
That'll move the entire inside line up, and now that will move Dominic LaRusso. He'll move up, and he'll be starting first here for the restart.
Yeah, and looking back in the third position there, the 05 of Nick Del Campo. Now, you know, him and LaRusso have run together quite often, you know, and practiced together. So I can see these two kind of working together through this and trying to get themselves out there. But it's going to be interesting to see, like you referred to during the last restart there, J-Pop, you know, just what kind of start they get, because some of these guys have been getting a jump and kind of getting themselves pounced on these restarts.
Yeah, see if he gets that good restart, like you said, or maybe he's learned. But green flag's out back, and it looks like on the outside, the 45 may have got, 45 of Howard Roderick may have gotten a little bit of a bad start, but.
Yeah, it looks like he may have had just a little bit of wheel spin there, but just like we saw in previous restarts there, it looks like that 48 of LaRusso got a good restart again and kind of pulled away for a second, and he may have backed off seeing what had happened earlier just a little bit to let the 05 of Del Campo get up on his bumper there, but that inside line has formed up pretty nice now and got a long pack going back through there with just a few cars on the outside line.
Yep, and people drop it down very, very quickly. No hesitation there from some drivers, but see if anybody gets something going on the outside line quick, like we saw last run.
Yeah, right now it looks like Brian Lee there, that third car in line, kind of peeked up there for just a second, but then thought better of it, ducked back down in that low line. But you know, they're starting to make a little pack here in that front and break away a little bit, as Kevin Kelly back there in 5th position has he fell off just a little bit, but looks like he sucked back up in that draft nicely, pulling the guys that were tailing him right along.
Yeah, top 11 have a little bit of a gap to from 12th on back, so it looks like you know, these front cars getting another great jump and trying to pull away and make this you know, less cars in a group.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin Kelly is up there on that high side, and they've started putting themselves a pack together. As you see the 48 jump up there on that high side, too. He may have seen what was coming and jumped up there with those guys as he gets a little bit of a shove there. But now we're getting ready to go 3 wide down here in the turn. These guys are really racing hard now for it to be this early.
Yeah, they're wow, they're making contact through 1 and 2 there. It's 3 wide, hard racing here. Early, only lap 34, but you know it's maybe some guys are just a little more aggressive than others.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of sorted things out there for now, but yeah, that was getting real interesting there going into turn 1 as looked like they were about to go 4 wide for a second, then thought better of it, but still got 3 wide through that corner, and great job of driving getting through there. These guys showing, that they can do this and putting on a great show out here as, it looks like, while they've been doing this, so 3 wide and racing and such, that second pack has started catching up to them a little bit.
Looks like we have a caution out on the racetrack, and looks like the 81 of William Robertson is turned around on the front straightaway, and he got it back going, and I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and take a look at that, see what happened there. He kind of looking at it here, it looks like he may have got involved with the 14 of Kevin Hibbett there. They may have touched, might have been squeezed a little bit, got down towards that apron, and as they touched, caused Roberts to spin that car around that 81 machine.
Yeah, that's 14 of Kevin Hibbett. He was struggling there on the outside. I'm not sure what was wrong, but it looks like he slipped back and just made a little contact with the 81, and the 81 went around.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate incident for Robertson there, who'd been relatively quiet so far tonight. Kind of minding his business back there, running out, and having himself a pretty good run there. But unfortunately for him, it's just one of those nights. You get down on that apron, there ain't much you can do with those cars, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's so that maybe that will give a chance for some of these guys up here to settle down out here in the front group. They're going 3 wide, so maybe they just need a little calm down just a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like while we were kind of looking away, it looks like we had another victim tonight. I don't know exactly what happened to him, but the 8 machine of Christian Vasquez has put that machine behind the wall now too. So our old friend from down in Costa Rica, it looks like he's done for the night and packing the car on the trailer. Yeah,
I think he was involved in that in the big one on in the first caution. So looks like he just had too much damage to overcome and put on the hauler, and that's going to put 8 cars out of the race here in 36 laps.
Yeah, these guys are showing, they're definitely not happy just sitting in a pack tonight and riding around logging laps. They want to get out there. They want to race hard. And this being the first race of the year, a lot of these guys have been anxious to get this on, and I wonder if some of it may be playing into the factor, just be some nerves tonight, kind of getting settled down and getting settled in.
Looking up in the top 5, it's Nick Del Campo. We got the 05 Nick Del Campo. We got the 12 of Jerry Hinkle, the 51 of Nick Thames, the 7 of Howard Wildrick, and the 16 of Brian Lee. Up in the top 5.
Right, we're kind of looking at the race statistics here. The track temperature now has warmed up. That may be playing some help with these cars too. Making them those tires a little greasy. But track temperature now up to 97.2 degrees. Currently got 3 cars out of the race and 30 still left on the lead lap. We've got 3 cautions so far, which these guys are usually pretty good about that. But 3 cautions for a total of 11 laps so far. So I know looking at just watching the Nationwide Series today, as this track goes on throughout the day, I know it's going to warm up even more. So that 97 degrees is still maybe a little low for what it's going to be throughout towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I think we'll see it. By the end of the race, I think we'll see it cool down just a little. It won't be as hot as it is now, but it could play a huge change in people's setups. And it looks like we have pit roads open. It looks like we have most of the field coming down. The top 3, we have 3 cars stayed out from what I could see so far.
Yeah, it looks like 3 cars stayed out there with the 05 of Nick Del Campo, the 51 of Nick Thames, and the number 30 of Kevin Kelly, who he's been fighting all night to try to get himself up there in a good position. And he's got his son, Kevin Kelly Jr., right there behind him now in 4th position. So, Kevin Kelly's senior's been, riding around towards the middle of the pack, slowly working his way through the pack all night long, drafting with different people and trying to get things to work. So, he's finally made his way up here into that third position. So we'll see if he can keep that number 30 TeamSpeak machine up here towards the front now.
Yeah, and 19 of Jeremy Enox, he's back up there after he made a last-second pit stop on that second caution before we went green. So it looks like he's back up there in top 5. And we got a rookie, number 40, Ethan Rondo, a former racer. He's up in 6th. We got Travis McKinney in 7th. The 42. We got the 68, Danny Baker. We haven't talked about him all day. He's always in there. He's always a fighter. He's always in these races till the end. He's up there in 8th. Timmy St. Jean, the 83, is in 9th, and number 81 of William Robinson. Even after that crash, even after that wreck, he's up there in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, it looks like he recovered nicely with that whole pit road thing. But wow, see him up there. And what we hadn't talked about tonight, you had mentioned there that 83 of Timmy St. Jean. Usually he's one of our front-running guys over here in NuffWorld, and he had a fairly unfortunate incident over in the duels, kind of mired him back in the pack with the starting position tonight, but he's been relatively quiet so far, kind of riding out there, logging laps. He may have a strategy here just to log laps until we get towards the end and then make something happen with that number 83 machine.
I'm not positive, but I believe St. Jean was one of those unfortunate who were caught up in that big wreck on the big one that we had on around lap 24. So not sure how extensive his damage is, but he's gonna pop back in pit road and maybe fix some.
Yeah, it looks like we had quite a few cars pop into pit road on this exchange coming around also. But every caution, as we like to say over here in NuffWorld, and you'll always hear it from Darrell Walker, but cautions breed cautions. And so far, the unfortunates, we had a lot of green flag racing going on there at the very beginning, and things were looking to settle down and be a good race, and now we're up to 3 cautions on lap 38, so these guys maybe need to settle things down a little bit and kind of get those nerves, so that may be a lot of it, though, tonight with those nerves. First time they've been out on the track, everybody together like this with all 40-plus cars, and, I'm sure that can play into things a little bit, that nervousness.
Yeah, it happened last year. We had some struggles in the beginning, but last half of the race we got it going, and we had a really good finish at the end of last year's 500. So it looks like it can be a problem at the beginning, but there can always be great finishes at the end.
Yeah, looking back here on pit road right now, the number 16 of Brian Lee, looks like he's been in there for quite some time. He came in earlier with that group that just came down, but he had a very extensive pit stop. I don't know if they were maybe changing some stuff up on that car or what they were doing exactly, but either way, he definitely had a very extensive pit stop and will come out of the pits right now in the 30th place position.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He has to run around. Maybe like you said, maybe had some damage or maybe had a problem. But he's way back in 30th place now, and that's a tough position to race back up to the front from.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, it's going to be a tough position to race back from. But not only that, but there's going to be a lot of those cars who have been involved in these last couple of accidents that are going to be, right there in front of him too. So he's got to be very careful when coming up through the pack if he doesn't have a whole lot of damage to, with these slower cars now too. So that could play into a big disadvantage for him trying to get around these guys and catch a pack, to keep things running. And I'm being told also that Brian Lee now is getting a longest lap penalty. So, he's going to start way back there now.
Yeah, well, we just got the signal for one to go, so these drivers should line up and see if we can get a green flag run going here.
Yeah, but looking at that number 30 car there, Kevin Kelly, if you notice that paint scheme on him, he's running that TeamSpeak paint scheme. Tonight's sponsor here for the TeamSpeak 500, and we'd like to send a special thank you out to TeamSpeak, for sponsoring tonight's race. Coming on board with NuffWorld. This is their first year with us, and we look forward to a great partnership with these guys as we get ready to go back to green here, coming down the back stretch. It's going to be some interesting racing as we've got a lot of guys we haven't talked about so far up there in that front 10, so it's bound to be very interesting going down into one.
Yeah, we have Nick Del Campo leading the field down, and Nick Thames up on the high side in second. So, and we have father and son in third and fourth. Kevin Kelly Sr. and Kevin Kelly Jr. in fourth. So we could have a nice start here. A lot of guys that we haven't seen a lot from all day up here in the top 10. So we could see how these guys fare in the fare up in the front.
You know, I was talking with Kevin Kelly Sr. there earlier in the week. You know, he was talking about his son. You know, this will be his first points race here in the Nuff World, and he said, you know, from what that young man has so far seen and had the opportunity to do here so far with the duels and the shootout and such, that young man is having the time of his life, from what Kevin Kelly Sr. was telling me, and loves it over here. So look for him as he gains some experience to, you know, especially with the tutelage of his father there, Kevin Kelly Sr., you know, to definitely make a run at things here, especially at the Rookie of the Year championship this year.
It's always important to have that father figure and mentor when you come into new racing environments. But we're back to green flag here in the TeamSpeak 500.
You know, and looking at that, that was a very interesting restart, because that's the first time tonight we've seen that outside line really get going, you know, on the restart. So both the inside and outside lines got themselves a real good restart there, as Nick Thames, that 51 machine, drops in behind the 05 of Del Campo. So, you know, definitely Nick looks like he had something going on that outside that maybe the rest hadn't so far tonight.
Yeah, he got a good start, but Nick Del Campo on the inside, he gets the advantage, and he'll drop, and the 51 drops in behind him. Kevin Kelly right on their tail in third.
Yeah, right now we got a 3-car breakaway. Looks like Kevin Kelly might be getting senior there, might be getting just a little bit tight there and trying to hold on at that draft. But we got a little 3-car breakaway. But Kevin Kelly Jr. back there leading that next little pack back there with Ethan Rondu, trying to give him a push. They definitely got to get up here and get locked in with these guys, or to make that big pack, or, you know, they may get left altogether.
If we look back here in 8th and about 9th, the 32 and the 13. Tony Ball and Justin Barn, these two, they both had problems. Tony Ball had that drive through, and Justin Barn had that problem as they almost go 3 wide here into turn 3. They both had problems, but now they're up here in the top 10, and they're battling.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin Kelly Jr. there and Charles Payne were about to touch doors there going through 3 and 4 as they were had it 3 wide there for just a moment. Howard Wilbert clears all that and moves his car out into the 4th place position there. Looks like he's trying to get that car back up towards the front, you know, towards where he started for the night. But needless to say, these guys are starting to move around, search for different lanes and such, you know, and starting to really race it out here.
Yeah, we got a lot of 2x2 racing here, and maybe guys are trying to get a lane going or just trying to get as many spots as they can. As you guys see shifting from high and low.
Yeah, it looks like Louis Bussa in that number 3 machine has moved himself back up into 6 with Dale Reynolds in that 27, giving him a little push there up on the high side. Well, they were together, and looks like Dale's going to move back up there with him. They run in that high side. Looks like they're starting to work together and try to make their way back up the front. You remember watching them up here, they were in the front part, that long green flag run, and since that happened, they took that pit stop, and they've been kind of mired back there with all the cautions and everything going on. But these two are definitely making some speed, making some headway, you know, up on that high line and starting to move themselves back up towards the front.
Yeah, now they're just really showing off their speed right now. Just these two. Now these two are just they're flying up here in the front.
Yeah, those guys are definitely moving. Looks like Doc Stout there in that number 26 car way back there is he's having himself a drive of his life. Another rookie over here tonight, and right now he's lost all you know, all drafting help out there right now. So, but being told the number 99 there of Dennis Jenkins may have had a little trouble and possibly spun that car out again. We'll have to find out some more about that.
Yeah, just the rough night keeps getting worse for the 99 there, and you know, just unfortunate that he can't get away from this bad luck that he's been having tonight.
Yeah, it looks like he was having a pretty decent run back there. Had Kevin Hibbett, it looks like, in that 14 machine was giving him a good little push there, and they were starting to make some time. But it looks like he, once again, caught that apron just the slightest little bit and caused that car to loop around on him. So unfortunate break there for that 99 of Dennis Jenkins in the Turtle Express.
Yeah, we look back here up the front. There's still some good racing here. There's a lead change up front as Nick Thames goes under Nick Del Campo for the lead, and Nick Thames claims his first lead of the day.
Yeah, and interesting to look at. We were talking about just a few minutes earlier, you know, before we went away to that. Look at that number 30 and that number 27. Excuse me, that number 3 and that number 27 of Louis Bussa and Dale Reynolds. They were making a lot of speed with that 2-car draft, and they've now caught this lead pack. And we've got ourselves a nice little 6-car pack here, and not far off though. It's only 8/10 back to that second pack there. That's chased them like a pack of wolves, man, trying to hang on to that draft.
Yeah, they're all trying to they're dicing for positions, trying to instead of falling in line, they're racing each other, trying to get ahead of each other, and looks like they might have caught onto the back of this lead pack.
Yeah, so that's going to extend this pack a little bit more, but looks like that Kevin Kelly has Louis Bussin at number 3 and at number 27 looking up on that high side again. They may be looking to challenge for the lead now.
Yeah, they continue to show their speed, and just these 2 cars alone, they're unbelievable. And it looks like we have the 61 around on the apron.
Oh, bad break for Charles Payne as he caught that apron and looped it around right in front of the field. That's unfortunate for him tonight.
That's unfortunate. Looks like he caught a few other guys. There are guys still wrecking on the front straightaway. The 15, the 82, still wrecking up there.
Yeah, it looks like the 61 just come in there, and that car, you know, got right down on that apron, kind of looped around on him, which it will do. He got up there against the wall, bounced off of it, made a little contact with the 13 of Tony Ball, who then, you know, was trying to slow it down and things and made contact with another car. And like you said, just a lot of cars in this one. So, you know, a lot of cars going to be wadded up on this one, too, as we saw in that first speed caution.
Yeah, and it looks like the other cars that involved, the 40 of Ethan Rondo, like you said, the 13 of Tony Ball, and the 82 of Sean Tate, and the 15 of Darren Benj, all getting caught up in that wreck.
Yeah, unfortunate break for some of those guys who were, you know, just kind of running back there and kind of taking care of, trying to at least take care of their stuff tonight. So, you know, definite bad break there, and you know, like I say, unfortunate for Charles Payne there too, getting down on that apron. I mean, we saw it several times already tonight. That apron can be your worst enemy. I mean, it's real easy to get just below that yellow line, thinking you've got that thing just at the right spot, and that apron will jerk you around fast down here at Daytona.
Yeah, it's a lot of people don't pay much attention to it, like getting on that apron, but it's a huge part. If you get on the apron, you can get turned around easily and lose. Even if you don't spin, you'll lose a lot of momentum.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break here, kind of take a time out from the action, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes with live racing action from Daytona International Speedway and tonight's Team Speak 500. Stay tuned.
Link engaged.
Welcome to TeamSpeak, advanced voice communication software for any platform. TeamSpeak allows groups of people to communicate and share information with anyone via the internet or through private networks. Using your Windows, Mac or Linux-based computer, all you need is a headset with microphone, and in minutes you can be chatting with others in real time using our crystal clear voice technology. As a pioneer in the industry, TeamSpeak has become one of the most recognized brands in online gaming and voice-over IP solutions. TeamSpeak features include a customizable toolbar, a clickable server icon and support for channel icons, custom graphics and BB code-enabled info panes. Detailed user info and support for uploading avatars. Firewall-friendly file transfer. Tabbed public and private text chat with logging. Custom skins, themes and sound packs. And much more.
I'm someone that's more than just a casual gamer. It's important to me to have fast, organized, quality voice comms. With TeamSpeak, I'm able to quickly customize user permissions and email a privilege key to an offline user. So the next time they log into the server, they'll be set up exactly how I want them to be. TeamSpeak also lets us do file transfers, assign player rank, insignia, upload avatars, or create custom skins. For me, there's no better choice out there than TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak is free to use for non-commercial entities. Low-cost professional hosting is also available through our global network of authorized TeamSpeak host providers. For online gaming titles, social networks, government, military, or simulator projects, TeamSpeak also offers a software development kit. The TeamSpeak SDK allows developers to integrate our technology directly into their existing product or service. So no matter which game you're playing or with whom you wish to communicate, TeamSpeak has you covered. TeamSpeak. Flexible, powerful, crystal clear voice communication on any platform.
Alright, and welcome back here to Daytona International Speedway for tonight's NuffWorld TeamSpeak 500, sponsored by TeamSpeak. You know, if you guys, haven't checked out TeamSpeak, man, it's a great company. Great company. It's taking care of, NuffWorld's been using them as the official, software for us to communicate here for our racers and also for broadcasting. We use these guys for our broadcasting stuff, so they've been a great quality product. As you hear the sound coming through right now, you can tell this is a great product, and, TeamSpeak, you just can't beat them, especially for the software they put together for race use and such. But these guys are a great asset here to NuffWorld, and we're glad to have them on board for this 2013 season and welcome them to NuffWorld.
Yeah, it's a huge for like you said, just huge for NuffWorld. All this communication that they need, and NuffWorld's been using it ever since they came to ARCA. So it's really big, and there's millions of other people that are also using this.
All right, then, like you said, J-Pop, they have great software. They've been a great thing here for NuffWorld. We use them as the official race communication servers here in NuffWorld. But once again, like I say, welcome back here to Daytona International Speedway. Up here for commentation tonight, you got myself, Douglas Sargent, and Jacob Popolowski up here calling all the action for you tonight. Back here in the booth here behind us, the man with the magic fingers, always working his butt to the bone, so to speak. Stephen Mahana back there, our producer. This is the guy bringing you all the live shots out here tonight. Doing a great job. I mean, this guy has worked himself to the bone, so to speak. I think, in all honesty, J-Pop, I think myself and you have the easier job versus him.
Yeah, he's always working hard, and we just come in during the races and just give you guys the commentary. So Buster works his butt off, and we appreciate it.
Right, and under that caution, looks like we got ourselves a new leader here with the number 12 of Jerry Hinkle getting out of pits, taking over that number 1 position there with the number 45, actually the number 7 should be, of Howard Wildrick out there on that outside row. Jeremy Enix has moved himself up there in that 3rd position, and Travis McKinney now into 4th. But Louis Bussa has, in that number 3 TeamSpeak machine, has currently rounds out our top 5.
Yeah, we got the 16 of Brian Lee in 6th, the 05 of Nick Del Campo in 7th position, the 8 of in 8th, the 10 of Chris Manthe. In 9th, nice recovery for the number 32 of Justin Barden, and the number 48 Dominic LaRusso is still hanging up there in top 10.
Yeah, that's definitely been a nice recovery for that number 32 machine of Barden back there, because it wasn't all that long ago we were talking about that man being down there on the apron, losing the draft, falling all the way back to, I think it was like 35th or so at one point, and had nobody to draft with. But see him back up there, it's definitely a nice recovery for him tonight. He's definitely had the ride of his life tonight.
Yeah, it's huge. He's kept himself out of wrecks, kept his car clean, and now he's through a few cautions he's gotten he's paid off for him.
That it has. He's put himself into a nice position here as we get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. And Jerry Hinkle down out the inside line definitely got a good restart. And that outside line, other than the exception of the last restart, really, we haven't seen a whole lot of good restarts coming off that outside line. But that inside seems to just get out and go every restart. And Hinkle pulled away that time, just like we've been seeing so far. But he's got that 19 of Jeremy Enix down there right behind him, so those two get linked up, but I'd say we'll see this pack kind of get back together. It looks like Enix, though, is kind of looking to the outside, maybe wants to go for the lead here and lead a lap.
Yeah, I don't think Enox has led all day, so maybe he's looking to end that frustration and get out front for a little while.
Yeah, and it looks like Louis Bussa moves himself up here into the third position right there in that number 3 TeamSpeak machine, right there behind Hinkle, and is giving him a good push to put him back out there in the front. So Nick Del Campo moving back up into right there behind Louis Bussa. They've got a good little pack going down on the inside. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, the inside with a lot of speed and a lot of momentum. They got the 32, Justin Barn, down there as well. He's down there making moves, as well as Louis Bussa. He now moves to the outside, maybe looking for the lead now.
All right, you are. And I look, we just got a lot of good racing going on here tonight, and these guys are definitely jockeying for position and such. But looks like Nick Del Campo has moved on that bottom line with Justin Barton now, and they are giving a good push out there to Jerry Hinkle as we come across the stripe right here for another lap. But these guys have a good double file line going here on both sides, and this is a dogfight now.
Yeah, it looks like the inside still has a bit of an advantage, but now the outside's starting to make the outside gets the good runs out of the corner and trying to get a little side draft as well. So these guys on the outside trying to take the lead away.
Yeah, it looks like the number 26 there of the 16 of has moved up there on that outside line also, and kind of adding to. If these guys could all get, kind of nose to tail and get themselves, in a good position, they could really make that high line work and put that whole pack around through there.
Yeah, we now have a lead change. Louis Bussa and Jeremy Enox take over the top spot. Louis Bussa once again back out at front.
Yeah, with Louis Bussa and that number 3 TeamSpeak machine, we didn't figure it'd be too long until that man was back out in front again. He may have had a strategy there earlier during the race, to kind of fall back and log some laps. But, him and that number 19, both, Jeremy Enix there, those were usually front runners, and I don't see those guys being happy and content riding around the back most of the day.
And it looks like Jerry Hinkle, he was the leader, and it looks like he has a connection problem, and he is disconnected from this race as well, so that will be another DNF for this race.
Yeah, that's sad to hear for Jerry Hinkle too. As he's had some internet issues in the past, and thought he had just got that stuff fixed throughout the off season, and had been running and sticking with us pretty good. But joining us up here in the booth, we got the co-owner of NuffWORLD himself up here and driver of that number 88 machine tonight, Ed Wilson. Looks like you had some electrical problems out there tonight, Ed, and kind of caused that car to shut down on you. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit on that for us?
Oh yeah, guys. I'm so outdone because I had a really good week. I did well in the duels. I was really looking forward to racing tonight, get that outside line working, and for some reason I don't know what happened. It just the engine just shut down so early in the race too.
Yeah, that was an early part of the race, unfortunately, and unfortunately it brought out that first caution. You guys were looking good out there. That front pack you were running in was just kind of running away with things, and looks like you had a lot of good drafting help and a lot of good buddies, and y'all had that single file line going. And looks like what was the strategy though for the night? Had that all panned out and not had these electrical problems, what was your strategy going into the night?
Well, yeah, early on in the race, I was going to kind of conserve the car and, just stay in line as much as possible and test the outside from time to time because I just can't help myself. And then as we got later on into the race, after, 100 laps there, then we were going to get a little bit more aggressive. I'm looking forward to a strong year this year, in spite of my finish tonight. Yeah, I was going to get a little more aggressive there on the latter part of the race.
Yeah, it looks like you had a familiar friend up there with you for a while too, in that 24 of Chip Garcia, until everything seemed to go south with the car there. But you guys were definitely looking good tonight. But while we got you up here, Ed, you want to talk a little bit about throw a few props out there, or some thank yous to the people that help support us here at Nuff TV and Nuff World?
Oh, by all means. I mean, you can't say enough about the support we've gotten, the love that we've gotten from all of our supporters there. Just want to give big time thanks to our sponsors there, Redline Designs, who runs our quals. We have a quals competition that we run throughout the season, and Redline is a die-cast car maker. Awesome cars. If you haven't checked them out, redlinedesigns.com there. Go check them out. We have, of course, TeamSpeak sponsoring the race tonight. Oh, thank you so much, TeamSpeak, for the support there. Oh, Team Sidious, an academy for kids down in Corpus Christi, Texas. They're helping us out here. Of course, the series sponsor, VSU, is in for their second year here. And how about Starting Park? Starting Park Blog. They're going to be taking the Vegas race this year. They just joined us, and I mean, there's so many. Spatial Net, our Sam broadcaster. Oh man, I can just keep on going. Diamond Medical, and how about Dr. Kenneth Lomas down there in D.C. He's back again. He sponsored last year a Dover race, I believe it was, and he's back again as well. So just so many. I just want to again thank you guys so much for all you do. Those who are want to see the complete list there, well, it's still working under construction, but our affiliates page on NuffWORLD.com has a list of the sponsors along with direct links to those various websites there.
Right now, and for those who may be joining us for the first time, Ed, tonight on the broadcast, how about you give us just a quick little history of Nuff World, how it came about, and what we do?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, NuffWORLD was really just a small group that Stephen Mahan and I met up on Xbox. And really it started because when we were online, we were seeing a lot of cheating, a lot of disrespect, just people just, I guess, not caring that they're on the online chatting or whatever. So they would, just be very disrespectful to each other and everything, and I just said, wait a minute, there's got to be an environment out here that promotes family-like environments, so that my son can get on and I can feel comfortable with him online. And I couldn't find anything. So me and Steven got together and we said enough. Enough of the disrespect, enough of not being able to find a place online to gather and have the parents say, hey, my kids are actually in a pretty decent, productive place. And that's how the word Nuff came about. And we do Nuff baseball and basketball and football and all kind of different leagues on Xbox. And then we developed the racing. This particular series here, we actually developed back on Xbox days in, 2007? And we've since then, last year, we were able to convert over here to the ARCA Sim. So we're pretty excited about it. It's still our primary goal is to maintain that position. It's tougher the larger we get, and we've grown so fast. And the larger we get, of course, the harder the challenge. But we are committed to that promise to our members and our supporters, that we will maintain a family-style environment for our young kids especially. And it's all about Sim.
All right, thank you. That's Ed Wilson, co-owner of NuffWORLD.com. Thanks for stopping by, Ed, and kind of answering some questions, talking about the race tonight. Wish you all the best of luck in the 2013 season, and hope to see you there at the end of the year at Homestead, Miami, possibly holding up that trophy this year.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys, too. You guys do an awesome job, J-Pop and Ducey, and, of course, Mahana behind the scenes there pushing those buttons, and you guys are awesome. I really appreciate it.
All right, it's Mr. Ed Wilson, co-owner of NuffWORLD, kind of giving us a rundown on some of the sponsors, tonight's sponsors and so on, the affiliates, and also how kind of the history of NuffWORLD here. But as we get back to racing action, looking up front here, Louis Bussa and that number 3 TeamSpeak machine has continued to lead the charge up front there. And while we're doing it, J-Pop, how about we go to a full field rundown here?
And up here in front, like we said, the 3 of Louis Bussa he's led about 30 32 laps out front, so he's been a dominant car today, and still leading out front. In second, then we have the 19 of Jeremy Knox. He's been up front as well all day. He went back in the field for about one cycle, but now he's back up there and where he belongs with that fast car. And we have the 45 of Howard Wildrick in third. We have fourth and the 42 of Travis McKinney. He started on the outside of the front row. He's been up front all day as well. And in fifth, we had that 05 of Nick Del Campo. He was starting in the back, but he's made his way up front. And he's stayed there.
Well, that's you are. Nick Del Campo's having himself a good run tonight. But looking back here in the sixth position, we got that number 48 of Dominic LaRusso, who he also is having himself a good night out here. And running back there at seventh, another one of those who kind of got mired for a little bit there, and running into number 30, that other Team Speak machine of Kevin Kelly. Running back here in the eighth position, number 27 of Dale Reynolds, who also has led a few laps tonight. And then back here in the ninth position, we got the number 51 of Nick Tames, who drives that 51 over here in NuffWorld, but on the weekdays also owns the Redline Designs, as Ed Wilson talked about there a little bit earlier. Owns Redline Designs, makes those die-cast models over here for our Nuffers and also for some pretty high-end clientele from what I've seen. Running around in the 10th position, young man having himself a really good night out here at number 32 of Justin Barden in that Monster Energy car, who's having a real good night after having that early loss, almost spun it there on the apron, and has made a nice recovery tonight.
In 11th, we have reigning champ Bruce Turner. He in the 03, he started back in the field, didn't have a great duel, but he got himself back up there and sitting in 11th comfortably. Then we had in the 16 of Brian Lee. He also started in the back, but once again he made his way through the field. And then we have the 11 of Steve Daya, who we've not talked about much today. In 14th, we have the 13 of Tony Ball sitting back there with this little small 4-car pack. He started in the back. He's done pretty good. Gotten involved a little wreck, has some damage, but he's still running tough. In 15th, we have the 34 Ben Britton, who we haven't talked about him much today. Started in the back, but now he's hanging tough once again with Tony Ball in this 4-car pack.
Right, and running back in the 16th position there, we have one of our Canadian drivers, Kevin Hibbett there, running around, like I said, in the 16th position, and then number 14. And then right the last car in that 4-car pack there, currently running in 17th, is the number 3 of Frankie Samanto, who's back for his second season here. Coming, also races over there with RSN, but running in 18th. Currently have the number 5 of Braxton Pierce running a 2-car pack there with the 19th place car of Danny Baker in that 68 machine. And rounding out our top 20, we have the 82, another one of our Canadian drivers come down here to race with us on the weekends, and Sean Tate.
21st, right behind him, we have the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. He's been in the back, he's been up front, and now he's hanging back here in a little bit of the back now, and trying to hook on to Sean Tate and get something going. And 22nd, we have the 10 of Chris Manthe. In 23rd, we have the 15 of Darren Benge all by himself. And then 24th, the 83 of Timmy St. Jean, not quite the night that he was hoping for. And it looks like cutting into or through the field, we have a caution out on the racetrack.
That we do, J-Pop. Looks like we got us another caution out here on the field, and had to kind of check into that, see what happened for you.
It looks like that 4-car pack, the 13 of Tony Ball, he's around. He went around. He's got some extensive damage.
Yeah, I'm being told that the number 13 of Tony Ball and the number 34 there of Benjamin Britton, which we were just looking at that 4-car pack earlier a little bit, looks like they may have got the bumpers together a little bit and kind of spun one another. So we'll have to take a replay on that, kind of see what happened.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for 13 of Tony Ball there. He was running good and He got in a few wrecks, but he was still hanging in there tough. But Just a unfortunate situation. He got hooked in the middle of the corner, and nothing he could do about it.
And Tony Ball's one of those guys. We kind of talked about it last week during the duels. That the duels is one of those races where you are running for your starting position at Daytona, but that's one of those positions that it's also a non-points paying event. So there's a lot of pride on the line when you run the duels, as we talked about last week. And Tony Ball, and anytime you talk to him, he's still proud of that Gatorade Duel #2 win he had last year. He still talks about that. So that young man's tasted that front before, and he wants to return there once again.
Yeah, every win he gets, he cherishes it, and that's one of the good things about him.
Right, you are, and looks like here, not a whole lot of changes so far up front, as Louis Bussa is still under the pace lap here. He's led well over 30 laps tonight, probably at this point close to 40 laps. But Louis Bussa so far has had that team speak #3 up front, biggest most of the night, with at 19 of Jeremy Enix, trailing him right there behind, giving him a push. A lot of times, looks like these two may be, kind of have a little relationship going here that they plan on staying together the rest of the night, possibly.
Yeah, these two have worked together in the past, and it wouldn't be much of a surprise to see them work together for a good portion of this race.
Yep, and Howard Wildrick running back there in the third position now. He's had himself a very good run here tonight. He's been able to, like you said, keep it up front, biggest most of the night and such. So he's definitely having himself a good night. And back there in fourth place right now, Nick Del Campo in that #5 machine from Nick Del Campo Designs. He's having himself a real good night too. He's had some bad luck at these restrictor plate tracks over the last few years, but looks like he may be getting that monkey off of his back, so to speak, tonight, having himself a real good run.
Yeah, Nick Del Campo, he's a very underrated driver in NuffWORLD. He can really drive, and a lot of people don't really give him much credit for it. So it's good to see him running up front here in the top 5 and having himself a nice run here today.
Yeah, especially Nick Del Campo. I'm trying to remember right now. J Pop, you may be able to help me on this one, but he's one of our younger drivers here, and has really proven himself a few times, and he's proven to be a real good driver tonight. But if I ain't mistaken, he's like, what, 14, maybe 15 years old or so?
I think he's about 13 years old.
Okay,
13 or 14.
Yeah, so Nick definitely having a good showing tonight for that young man, and has his own little thing over at Paints Cars, also here for NuffWORLD, but also on the iRacing side of the house with that Nick Del Campo Designs, which you'll see there on his car. He's having himself a real good run tonight. Stayed up here in the top 10 pretty much biggest most of the night, and having a real good car tonight.
Yeah, it's always a good thing. He's been able to, like you said, he started in the back, but he got back up there, and now he's doing well.
Yeah, he's having himself a good run tonight, and can't say enough, like you talked about earlier with that #32 of Barden too, who had that unfortunate incident at the very early part of the race, but has been able to rebound real good tonight. But that young man also is another one who's having a real good run here tonight, and looks like, kind of looking up front there with that exchange of pit stops, Nick Tames in the 51 up there. He's leading the pack right now with that second place right now. I'm showing running Danny Baker. I'm not sure if Nick, plans to pit, or if he plans on staying out for a little bit after they had that little green flag run there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how long that run was, but maybe he's playing that strategy and just gonna hang out there, or maybe he's just out there to lead a lap, and he'll go back in pretty soon, maybe.
Yeah, he may very well do that. But looking at the pit stop results here, looks like one of the big movers right there, Brian Lee, picked up 7th position in the pits. So, very big pickup for him. And Kevin Kelly Sr. and Nick Del Campo both losing 2 positions. So that was definitely a real big pickup there. So 7 positions on pit row. Hey, you can't beat that any day.
Yeah, it could be knowing that you have a great pit stops. That could be huge at the end if you're trying to get the spots on pit road. Could be very, very huge in the end.
Yeah, it could be huge at the end, knowing that you have a pit crew that can get you in and out, that quickly, and that could make a big difference if we come down to green flag pit stops later on through the night. Which, that's one of the things, J-Pop, we really haven't had a chance to talk a whole lot about tonight. But as we've seen, in the shootout and in the duels, those green flag pit stops have been brutal to some of these guys.
Yeah, it's we've seen a lot of we've seen people gain a lot of spots, and we've also seen people who are up front. They've lost a lot of spots on pit road, either because they've had extensive damage, had to repair, or just their team just had a bad stop.
Yeah, and that's always a hard thing too. And I know, coming off the you coming out there running in a pack, you got to let all those guys behind you know that you're going to be pitting first of all, and then to get that car slowed down coming off the banking onto the apron, 190 plus miles an hour, and get it slowed down to 55 to get on the pit lane. A lot of these guys we've seen over the speed weeks also having problems with locking up the tires, spinning those cars, trying to get on the pit road. And if it comes down to it later on, and you can have a good pit stop, getting into the pits and having that fast crew like that, that could be all the difference in the world that you need to get that car out front and win this race one time it's all over with.
Yeah, getting on pit road here. If we can stay green, it could be huge in the end. We could see. We did see in the duels we had leaders wreck on pit road because they couldn't get on pit road and it cost them the win. So it's absolutely huge. And if they get green flag pit stops, then you got to be able to get on and off pit road.
Right, and looking at the race statistics here, it looks like the track is starting to cool off a little bit. Current temperature at 96.3 degrees, so the track is definitely cooling off a little bit. So that's going to help out with the cars and their grip level out there. Currently, we got 12 cars out of the race, so that's 12 cars had a really rough night tonight. Currently 5 cautions as we stand with 22 caution laps, and right now we still got 24 cars left on the lead laps. So we got 24 cars slugging it out, to get up there in those top positions, and we got a few back there trying to get back on those lead laps to try to fight and keep themselves in contention here tonight.
Yeah, and looking back, I believe we do have about 12 cars that have DNF'd today, and unfortunately for those 12 cars who will not be able to finish this race.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking back through, looking down on pit lane here right now. That number 9 of Mike Houston's down there on pit road right now, coming off pit road. But we were talking about him earlier tonight. Having that issue, getting down in the grass and having a hard time getting any kind of grip to get out of that grass and such. And lost a lot of positions and a lot of time. But Mike Houston has been hanging tough in there tonight. Currently showing in the 29th position, 4 laps down. But as this thing continues to play out. Him just hanging in there and keeping that car, still running, he's picked up a lot of positions in the points so far.
Yeah, he's just sitting in there. He got in trouble in the first 10 laps, but he's just hung in there, and he's been a trooper. So as they keep falling, he'll keep picking up spots, and that could be huge for a great start to the championship.
Right, you are there, J-Pop. But looking at the number 81 machine there of William Robertson, he was our lucky dog on this most recent caution. So he's back up there on the lead lap right now, currently showing in 21st position. So he'll be our benefactor on that most recent caution. So that's going to put him up there now, fighting for every every pass is a position for him now at this point.
William is one of those other guys. He got in 2 wrecks early, and he's still hanging in there, and now he's back on the lead lap.
And there we go. Going back to green now, and wow, that inside line for the first time tonight looks like they stacked up a little bit. Really didn't get moving there. And looking at Lewis Busser on the high side, he didn't look like he got too much of a jump on that either. So, both lanes really didn't get the starts we've gotten accustomed to seeing so far tonight.
Yeah, it looked like the outside line kind of did what it usually does and didn't get such a great start, but the inside line, it stayed even with the outside line because that inside line stacked up with the 45. We didn't get a great restart.
All right, and that coming across the stripe right there, talking about somebody moving towards the front tonight. That was Howard Wildrick's first lap led tonight, so that'll be a bonus point for him in the championship standings. As we go forth throughout this year, which throughout the year at one point could make a huge difference, as we saw in the 2011, I think it was, chase here in NuffWorld, where it came down to the final race of the season before we could decide a champion. So at one point he just got, as he just led his second lap tonight, with the number 16 of Brian Lee right there behind him, giving him a good push. We got 2 lanes going here, and looks like both lanes are up to speed and going well now.
Yeah, we got the outside lane once again forming. We have the 3 of Lewis Bussa, the 19 of Jeremy Enox, and the 27 of Dale Reynolds, and also the 03 of Bruce Turner now up here. All 4 very fast cars, right on the outside, trying to make something work.
Yeah, and that's a young man we haven't talked a whole lot about so far tonight, too, in that 03 machine there, last year's champion there with Bruce Turner. He's kind of been quiet so far tonight, but looks like he's starting to flex his muscle now as we show speed with the line here. Looks like Lewis Bussa coming across at 185.7, but looks like the fastest car out there right now is that number 6 of Bruce Turner, showing at 203.9 miles an hour. So he's definitely got a fast car back there in that 4-car draft on the outside line.
Yeah, Bruce, he's been in the back all day, and now he's back. He's up front, and now he's getting to show what his car really has under the hood.
Yeah, and it looks like that outside line now has cleared the inside, and they've moved down, and they've still got a nice tight little pack, 4-car draft there. That second pack right there with Kevin Kelly, Travis McKinney, and LaRusso. If they can all get down there and form up together, they'll have themselves a nice, long, 10-car pack here, it looks like, and be able to really put some distance on that second pack back behind them.
Yeah, once again, our leaders get a great start, and they're starting to gap and get their own little group going now.
Yeah, and looking back on through the field past that front pack, it looks like most everything has spread out quickly here. I don't know if there was some guys really didn't get the best starts, or if the cars are really, quite that damaged back there, as going back further into the pack. But, that first pack has really taken off, and, it looks like if you ain't the first pack right now, you're really about to get left.
Yeah, and then it's always important to, that's why I think many people get down and drop down to the inside very quick, because they're trying to keep pace, because they know there's gonna be some type of breakaway at the front with leaders.
Yeah, but looking back here on past that front pack here, the 05 of Nick Del Campo and the 51 of Nick Thames, who have been up in the front pack biggest most of the night, running pretty well. Both having good nights so far, been able to stay out of trouble and keep those cars up towards the front. Looks like they kind of lost touch with that front pack, and it's just a 2-car draft with those 2 running together right now. And looks like Nick Thames has really got that bumper glued to Del Campo's bumper, trying to push to get all the speed they possibly can out of this 2-car draft.
Yeah, they're not losing a ton of time, but just 2 cars out there, you're not gonna gain any on the front pack. So I'm not sure if maybe they want to lay off and get with this second group and maybe get something going to try and run down those leaders. But unfortunately, those two have very, very fast race cars.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, and the interesting call you've got to make sometimes too, J-Pop. And I'm kind of looking at how they're running versus the pack behind them, and right now they're actually running faster times than that pack behind them. But just your opinion here and your thoughts. If you're running faster than that pack behind you, do you lay back and try to catch up with them in hopes that with all those cars together you're faster, or do you just continue to stay out here, just the 2 of you, and hope for the best out of it?
I would say you get with that second group, but stay in front, because you guys are the fastest. So stay out in front, but get with those guys, because you're not going anywhere with just 2 cars. Right,
you are. Yeah, 2-car definitely is not going to outrun a 9-car pack here at Daytona. That is for sure. But that's always one of those calls that you've got to make as a driver out there on the track. And sometimes that's one of those positions I hate being in as a driver over on Thursday nights, is making calls like that.
We look way back in 18th. We had the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. These guys have a nice little battle going for top 20 here. Kevin Kelly Jr. We've talked about him a few times today. He's been back. He's been up front, and on the outside here we have Kevin Hibbett in the 14, and 13, Tony Ball, he's gotten in some wrecks, but he's still hanging in there.
Yeah, it looks like that pack, they've got 3 good cars, looks like, down on that inside, and, 2 good cars out on the outside there. Those drivers right there, those 5, may want to talk, kind of think about getting together, put a 5-car draft together and start making their way back up to the front, as they're doing nothing right now in the pack running side by side like that, but losing time. Currently just over 17 seconds behind the lead pack, so they won't be keep running like this. It won't be long before they'll be looking at getting themselves lapped.
Yeah, it's always a tough problem when you have guys who are trying to make moves and on the outside and they slow your group down. So sometimes you got to give that to them and just fall in line with them, because running side by side that line, you're just gonna get killed. Your whole pack's gonna get killed.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the telemetry there, it looks like they lost about 2 seconds on the lead pack right there, just in that lap, being spread out like that in a two car wide there like that. But looks like they're starting to form up. They may have been listening to us, but looks like they're starting to form up into a single car line there with Tony Ball leading the way and Kevin Kelly Jr. there right behind him with Darren Benj in the 15. But if they can get that single car line together, they may be able to catch back up there and get in with Danny Baker, and then move themselves on up and get a nice second big pack together, and then be able to make a run on this front pack. But as long as they continue running side by side, like you said earlier, they're definitely not going to make any time up.
Yeah, and going back to 68 of Danny Baker, he's in no man's land right now. He's 17th, but he's got nobody in front of him and nobody behind him except the pack that's coming quick. So he's gonna catch a little break as long as he can get in with that pack behind him. But he's out there by himself right now.
Yeah, you talk about Danny Baker being in no man's land. That's a definite spot where he's at right now, and it's a lonely feeling when you're out there at Daytona running around laps all by yourself like that, and thinking about that pack behind him. He's sitting there probably thinking themselves, man, they can't get here no time too soon. I need them fast, so they need to get here and give me some help, or I can help them, whatever the case may be. But yeah, it's definitely a lonely spot out there where Baker's running that tonight all by himself.
We look at the group behind, in front of him. We have up in about 12th through about 16th. The 32 of Justin Barden. He's leading this group, but on the outside we have the 5 of Braxton Pierce with the 10 of Chris Manthe, and they're trying to make something happen on the outside. And the 5 of Braxton Pierce, we did talk about him earlier in the night. He got a lap down early and he hung with the lead group, got the lucky dog, and now he's up there and he's almost just a few spots out of the top 10.
Yeah, he's not too far out, but kind of looking up here at the 16th place car, the number 11 of Steve Deo. That's one we haven't talked about a whole lot tonight. This is his first points race over here with NuffWorld. He's one of our rookies out here tonight, but he's been kind of quiet tonight, kind of holding his own, hanging out, within the top 20 anyway. And I don't remember talking much about him as far as any damage or any act cautions he's been involved in. So he may still have himself a pretty good car and be able to make something go if he can, get with the pack that's right there in front of him, and as they start squirming around quite a bit. But if he can get with that pack and they can all get together and kind of make a run at things, there's still plenty of time left to make something out this night for Steve Deo.
Yeah, Steve Deo, I don't think I've seen him in any wrecks, and I think he's kept his car clean. So I mean, he gets another caution, he get up there. He's also to comment on his paint job. He makes very nice paint schemes for a lot of the drivers out here tonight.
Yeah, a lot of these paint schemes you see out here on the track tonight actually were designed by Steve Deo over there, and he does some real nice work. That man puts in a lot of hours to help out with NuffWorld. So definitely a special thank you, especially coming from me, as he painted the Miller Lite car and the discount tire Ford that I'll be running over into Pearson this year. He's done a wonderful job on quite a few cars. So, definitely thank you to Steve Deo from all of us over here at NuffWorld. But, like I said, he could still make a good night out of this.
Yeah, he's just a little separation from the guys in front, but he's got Britain right behind him, and maybe they can just hook up just enough to get back into the draft with these lead guys, because these two don't want to lose this these first year, that could be that could spell trouble for the 11 and the 34.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, they lose that draft out here, they're going to do nothing but lose more time. So, you know, that's definitely not the place they want to be back there. But it looks like Deo is caught back up. But it looks like Britton may have he may be losing that draft on that group that he's with, as Deo's going a little high there. But kind of take a look back up here in front. Looks like everything just kind of, you know, staying the same up here. You still got the top four still running the same order. Top five, matter of fact, same order. Looks like they've kind of settled in here now, looking at getting some long green flag laps in and putting a big gap on the rest of the field, as the speeds that they're currently turning, looking up ahead there in turn 3, it won't be long till they'll start to be running into some lap traffic.
Yeah, there's a these guys very, very fast laps, and this should, I believe this is running up in the longest green flag run that we've had today.
Yeah, this is a nice little green flag run they've got going here. Looks like everything has kind of stretched itself out now. Everybody's out in different spots on the track, so you know, a lot of different racing going on, a lot of different strategies now. And you know, these guys, as they're running these laps, are starting to think about pit strategies, you know, which won't be much longer off. You know, thinking about those pit stops, and we might be seeing ourselves some green flag pit stops here pretty soon, which, as we saw in the duels and also in the shootout, are going to jumble the field up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think we'll see in about 15 or so laps. We'll see guys start to come in for green flag pit stops the first of the day, and that'll be very, very interesting.
Yeah, our last caution was back on lap 69, so we got about 22 laps or so right now, and based off the what we heard at the beginning of the race, about 30 to 35 laps per you know, pit cycle. So, you know, it won't be much longer, about 9 to 12, 13 laps or so, you know, before we'll start seeing some pit strategies. As we're looking up front here, as the lead pack goes around the 83 at Timmy St. Jean, who definitely is not having the night he quite had hoped for. You know, he's had some rough luck here tonight, but you know, if he can tag into that back of that lead pack right there and just kind of keep pace with them, he may still be able to salvage something here tonight and get into that lucky dog and stay in that position.
Yeah, he's one of those who got caught up in early wrecks, but he's still hung in there, and he's still gaining a lot of positions after for many people who for DNF. So he's just still hanging in there. He's a trooper.
That he is. He's a trooper. You know, and that's one of the hardest things too, J-Pop, talking about that. That's one of the hardest things to do out here on a lot of these races, not just here at Daytona, but a lot of them. When you've got that damaged car and you're just not making speed, and you're just kind of out there running laps, and that's all you're really doing is turning laps and hoping, you know, to make as many positions as you possibly can. But a lot of times, you know, that will go, as we saw last year in the chase, a lot of guys, you know, didn't have a lot of top 10s and a lot of top 5s, but were still able to make the chase just because of that. So, you know, this may be something, like I say, he keeps out there, logs some laps, picks up another 5, 10 positions, could pay off huge for him by the time the year is completely over.
Yeah, and out here in NuffWorld, we do have an Iron Man award. That guy who's tough as nails. He hangs in there no matter how difficult the situation is, and you know, they can be rewarded at the end of the year.
Yeah, that is for sure. And you know, the way things are looking right now, I would say most definitely Timmy St. Jean is definitely candidate for that for a nomination in the 2013 Ironman Award. That's for sure, hanging out here tonight with the car that's damaged and just trying to get all he can out of it.
There's still single file out here. Lewis Bussa once again continues to lead. Jeremy Knox in second at 19. The 27 of Dale Reynolds in third. The 03 of Bruce Turner still in fourth, and the number 45 of Howard Wildrick sitting in fifth.
Yeah, I'm looking back here in the number 12 position here with the 32 of Justin Barden once again, who's leading that little 4-car pack that they've got going on right there. But looking right behind him, that number 10 of Chris Manthe, another one of our rookies out here tonight. And looks like those guys have a good little group going on together, but they just haven't been able to stay nose to tail. And you know, if these guys could get nose to tail, they may be able to get up there and catch up to Nick Del Campo and Nick Thames, as we referred to these guys probably about 10 laps or so ago. They're still maintained about the same amount of distance, but those two cars of Thames and Del Campo have been able to keep about the same speeds as this 4-car pack. So that tells you these guys haven't really been able to keep themselves nose to tail in the right positions that they need to be.
Yeah, like we said, that 05 and the 51, those two are very fast race cars. Just got an unfortunate situation where they lost the front two, but you know, if this 4-car group, like you said, all they need to do is stay nose to tail, and they can start eating away at the gap between them and the 05 and the 51.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to take now. I mean, these guys have got to start, you know, not only fuel strategizing coming up as we talked about earlier with pit stops, but they've got to start looking at who can they get around them, and you know, what kind of big pack can they get together, because it's going to take a big pack. It's going to take a big pack now to catch up to, you know, that lead pack the way they have moved out now.
Yeah, we look back at the 61 of Charles Payne. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he's down there in the inside guardrail in the grass, trying to get it going. He had a decent start to the night, but it looks like it's just gone south.
Yeah, kind of going back here and looking at that 61 machine, it looks like he just, I don't know, for whatever reason, looks like he came off the corner out there on turn 2, and you know, the rear end may have got loose. I don't know if it was that or if a tire went down, but the car went to the left and then went to the right into the wall, and then right off the track, speeding, you know, sliding down through the grass into the inside wall. He may have had a tire let go.
Yeah, it's just he's just had a like I said, he had a decent start, but it just hasn't gone well for him for the past few cautions. So he got it back going. He's going to pull back down to pit road, see if he can repair this damage, or if it's just too extensive for him to repair.
Yeah, and the unfortunate part of what with all that happening, you know, he's got a lot of damage, like you said, for one thing. But you know, for the second, you know, it looks like he's down 4 laps now at this point. So definitely not the night that Charles Payne had, you know, planned for the night, as he had high hopes, I know, here for Daytona, kicking off the year right here in the Team Speak 500. But yeah, definitely not the night he was looking for.
And I believe he was he must park this thing after, like I said, a rough night. But I think he's gonna have to pull this thing behind the wall for the night.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage on that car. I mean, even if he were able to get that thing fixed, get it back out here by chance, I don't think it would exactly be a very competitive car tonight at this point. As you know, he took a lot of damage there on that last caution, as he's still sitting in the pits, you know, doing a lot of work. So unfortunate night for Charles Payne.
We look up at the front of the pack. It's still single file. They're starting to get into a little bit of lap traffic. Some cars coming along, and maybe some lap down cars trying to catch on to the back of the field. But there's still single file mostly throughout this field.
Yeah, most of it's single file. But for those of you watching there at home, you know, stay tuned for here at Nuff TV. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. Hopefully we'll be able to get back in time for these commercials. We'll catch some green flag pit stops and give you all the action live here at Daytona International Speedway in the Team Speak 500. And welcome back live to Daytona International Speedway and tonight's broadcast here on Nuff TV of the TeamSpeak 500. And getting back to action here, it looks like all the front runners pretty much stayed the same, so not a whole lot of action going on here at the moment other than these cars are making some serious speeds here. Lap 103 of 200 complete now as we got that one big pack here who is breaking away first through ninth, with Dominic Caruso being the last car in that pack there, as they are getting away with a lot of speed tonight, and they've really pulled away. It looks like between that first pack and what we were talking about earlier with Del Campo and Nick Daines back there in the 05 and the 51, it's about a 15-second gap. So these guys are really putting up some speed up here in this front pack. So speaking of speeds, let's look at the speeds at the line here as they come across the line right now with that first pack 1 through 9. As you can see here, it looks like the fastest car in that pack right there, the first through 9, is Kevin Kelly running 186.274. So he's ooh, look at that as they come across again. Dominic Caruso, fastest car at 203.644 on that lap. So Dominic Caruso making some good speed back out there in that number 48 machine. So he's still having himself a good night, and looks like he's still got a good car under him.
Yeah, he's hanging right there at the tail end of the tail end of the pack, and a lot of times you'll see some of the fastest cars will in the draft they'll get that they'll get a lot of runs because they're just hanging there at the tail end. They don't have to worry about anything or anybody behind them.
Yeah, I'm being told we had a single car spin out there, kind of spun himself off the track, so no cautions or no debris left off the track there. But a lot of these guys, we're looking at looking back here to number 81 of William Robinson back here in 24th position. Looks like he's pulling that car behind the wall, so he must have some kind of issue going on with that car. As yeah, he has made that hard left turn into the garage area, putting it behind the wall. So looks like he's got some issues with that car that are going to take him out for the night.
He had gone into a few wrecks tonight, but he had still hung in there. But oh, and it looks like we have a wreck out of turn 4. The 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., the 05 of Nick Del Campo, the 51 of Nick Thames are all around right out of turn 4.
Oh man, that's a tough break. We talked about earlier tonight. Kevin Kelly Jr. He's out here, that rookie out here, running his first points race out here, and having himself a pretty good night so far. But looks like he may have sustained some damage out of that one, and might be more than Well, I don't think it's going to be all that heavy. I don't know by looking at the car, but we'll see when he makes it in the pits. But he'll definitely have some time in the pits.
Yeah, it looks like the 14 of Kevin Hibbett and the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. just got together, and Nick Del Campo was an unfortunate victim of it. And it doesn't look like the 51 got any piece of it. He just self-spun trying to keep that off the wall.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate incident right there for not only the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., but that 05 of Nick Del Campo. We've been talking about him tonight. Had himself a real good run going there, but he comes up on that one, had nowhere to go. He done the right thing, got down there on the apron, tried to miss everything, but that 87 just comes rolling down, and there wasn't a whole lot else he could do other than try to slow down, which he did try. And unfortunately, the car sliding down the track got him. Sometimes there's just really no hole to go. I'm sorry he got into the 14, not the 87.
Yeah, the 05 just sometimes there's a hole, and you think at the time you think that's the right move, and the hole closes up as soon as you get there, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, especially places like this here at Daytona, where you're making all this speed. You come into that well over 190 plus miles an hour. Sometimes even I don't care if you're standing up on the brakes, you just can't slow down fast enough. And like you said, you saw the hole was there when he. Looking at this replay, you can see the hole was there when he made that left turn down onto the apron. But just like you said, J-Pop, it closed up fast, as Kevin Hibbett comes sliding down the track.
And with that caution, that will halt green flag pit stops that were just a few laps away from starting to happen. So now you'll probably see almost everybody come down pit road now as green flag pit stops are just about to happen.
Yeah, just like you said, J-Pop, I would be surprised to see anybody stay out here at this point, with the laps they've already ran, and try to bank on another quick caution like that to get a lap led or anything. But, as much green flag racing as they've done, I don't expect to see nobody staying out there.
Looks like a few cars might stay out just to lead a lap, but you see the majority of the cars coming down. Looks like they'll probably get 4 tires and fuel, and they'll be back out.
I'm being told, looks like our lucky dog there, one's going to get a good break out of that, was the 15 of Darren Benj, who will be our lucky dog on this caution. So, good break for Benj, get himself back up there, be able to get 4 fresh tires and make his lap back. So, get him back on the lead lap here, a chance to salvage something out of the night.
Yeah, Benji, he's had a tough night tonight, but he's once again hung in there and got that lucky dog, and now he could just gain in more positions as they fall.
Yeah, and it looks like the number 14 machine there, Kevin Hibbett, he was able to limp that car back around to pit road, but the crew looked at it and there's just too much damage to continue on for the night. They've backed it up, put it back behind the wall, and calling it a night. Looks like for the number 14 of Kevin Hibbett, another victim tonight. Unfortunately, here at Daytona, she has been rough on our Nuffers tonight.
Yeah, it's just that is I believe, I'm not sure how many that is, but we do have at least 15 cars out tonight. So it's just, there's unfortunate for all those drivers, but sometimes, like you said, there's just nothing you can do about some situations. But those who are still hanging in there, it's a good job to you guys.
Yeah, by my calculations, J-Pop, looks like 16 cars out at this time, with Kevin Hibbett being the latest. But we talked about him a lot earlier. But that number 9 machine, Mike Houston, he stayed about 4 laps down, biggest most of the night tonight after that incident he had early during the race. But he will be our last car left still running here tonight. And this round with Kevin Hibbett falling out, that'll move Mike Houston up into 24th position. So, as we talked about earlier, sticking out here and just logging laps, looks like Big Mike Houston will walk away with a pretty decent finish after, what happened to him early in the race.
Yeah, he's stayed about that amount of laps down the entire race. So I mean, he hasn't lost many laps even after his little incident and during green flag racing. So he's still hung in there. He's 5 laps down, but like you said, just continues to gain spots as they fall victim, as people fall victim to just Daytona.
Yeah, a lot of times that's the nature of the beast here at Daytona, like we spoke about earlier. With anytime you get into those restricted plate racing, you get in those tight packs like that. The slightest little mistake, wheel spin, or you come down a little too much on the car beside of you, or and we referred to it, I think it was during the duels, but the closing speed, when you get into that draft, and you're starting to close up on people, it happens so fast that sometimes you don't even realize how quickly you're coming up on them, and there's a lot of times not enough time to react to get out of the throttle because you don't want to lose a draft all at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation sometimes, from keeping yourself from wrecking to keeping yourself from wrecking others. And make sure you keep in that draft. There's just a lot you have to worry about, and it takes a lot from a driver to just really race here and make sure be really competitive here.
That it does, and looks like we'll be going back here soon to green flag racing here within the next lap or two. But I'm looking back here at the at the front now, and Louis Bussa, after that round of pit stops, looks like he had himself a real good pit stop, got back out, maintained a lead. Jeremy Enix, at number 19, still running second. Howard Wildrick in the 45, still running third. Travis McKinney, though, has moved up into the fourth position at number 42, and Bruce Turner in fifth position in the 03 as we're getting ready to throw the green flag here. And looks like that inside line, once again, well, both lines really got themselves a pretty good jump there. So, both lines got out and moving pretty good, but it wouldn't surprise me to see that 19 of Enix move down into that bottom line right behind the number 3, that TeamSpeak machine of Louis Bussa.
Yeah, the 19, he makes a nice move. He squeezes the 3 down there and moves in front. And I guess the 19 finally gets out in front of that 3 of Louis Bussa, who's been leading all day.
Yeah, it looks like Jeremy, that 19 machine, Enix there, got himself a real good jump and was able to get in front of Bussa. He may be saying to himself, you know, why must I chase the cat? It's time to put me up here in front, and, you know, you follow me. Let's play follow the leader this way for a little while.
And looks like, once again, a lot of people trying to get down to the inside. There are a few cars out on the outside, but not making any moves toward the front.
Yeah, it looks like this inside line, they're going to pretty much stay put where they're at, because I don't see a whole lot of cars right now making a move to jump up there on that outside to get that outside line working, which, you know, if that's being the case, those guys out there on the outside, looks like Doc Stout being one of them, and that, the Brian Lee in that 16 machine being one of those cars, and also the 42 of Travis McKinney. They're just going to have to kind of wait for that pack to get underneath them so they can tag along in the back, and by doing so, they're going to lose a lot of positions.
Yeah, it looks like after seeing all those wrecks at the beginning, a lot of people just trying to keep away from that, and they're all singling out quickly, and I believe from my calculations right now, this could come down to a bit of a fuel mileage race at the end if this whole thing stays green till the end.
Yeah, if it stays green to the end, we're definitely going to have a pit strategy race, you know, with, what is it now, 88 laps, 87 laps left to go. It would definitely fall down into at least 2 pit stops, and, you know, if, you know, according to when you get those pit stops and, you know, how you get out, that could definitely play into the finish of this if they can keep it green.
And, yeah, and just, once again, everybody just single file. Nothing, probably not going to see much action for a little while here.
Right, looks like, looking back here in the 17th position now, Tony Ball in that number 13 machine. He's got a couple cars back there with him, the 15 of Benj, who we just referred to, you know, getting that lucky dog there a little bit earlier, and also, you know, he looks like he might have a car tonight, but he just don't seem to be getting the restarts that he needs to get. I don't know. He seems to be getting kind of caught up in those restarts for some reason.
Yeah, Benj, these guys back here, these haven't been able to really get up front, and a few of these guys back here, the 15 and the 13, were both involved in incidents, and so these guys are just hanging back here trying to get the most out of it today.
Yeah, and looking up through the field here, I mean, these guys, like you said, J-Pop, they are kind of spreading it out across the track again with that lead pack, you know, staying single file down there. But it looks like, you know, looking at Kevin Kelly in that number 30 TeamSpeak car, he's jumped up there to that outside line, and he's got some help with him now in the form of Dale Reynolds and in that 27 and Nick Thames in a 51. But they're moving around on the track. They're looking to try to make some positions as they looked high there for a little while. Then when Steve Deo moved up, it looks like they kind of moved back down the track. They're looking to move those cars forward. Don't look like they're too happy and content just to sit back there and log laps right now. They're wanting to make some runs towards the front.
Yeah, I think maybe some guys have seen enough of these guys up front leading, maybe trying to snatch that lead away. But as of right now, they're singling back out down on the inside.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are starting to. Kevin Kelly's. I know Kevin Kelly. He's known as the professor over here in NuffWorld. You know, this guy's always calculating, always thinking. You know, so he may already be thinking, you know, strategy and stuff towards the end of this race. You know, with pit stops. I know he's been known as the wizard over here for gas mileage. You know, fuel mileage on these cars. So you know, if he gets up there and it turns into a fuel mileage race, it may benefit Kevin Kelly, but. You know, right now it looks like everything's just kind of panning out as he wasn't able to get that high line working for himself, Thames and Dale Reynolds up there. But, you know, before it's all over with, looks like they may make a run up on that high side.
Yeah, it looks like there's a change up at the front. The 19, he stepped out of line, and he's up there on the outside, and the 3 of Louis Bussa once again goes back to the lead.
Yeah, that number 3 of Louis Bussa up there, that TeamSpeak machine. Yeah, he's just been strong all night. He's been strong all through speed weeks. You know, as of course, putting that car on the pole for tonight. Ran very well in the over in the shootouts, a couple of weeks ago. So he's definitely been the fan favorite, so to speak, over here during speed weeks. But I'm sure there's a lot of drivers back here, as we've said earlier in the race, that are licking at the chops, to get that car up front and take him off of that front row position.
Yeah, there are a lot of guys that start getting maybe a little impatient at seeing that 3 lead this whole race. So maybe we'll see some guys trying to make moves for the lead, but again, there will be others that will sit back and wait and make their moves at the end.
Yeah, there are a lot of these guys, I'm sure already with this point of the race, just over 80 laps to go, they're starting to think, just like you said, J-Pop, about that fuel mileage strategy and, where they want to be, who they want to pit with. And I'd say that by now, which deals were probably already made during that last green flag run we had on who was going to pit with who and, what kind of strategies were going to be done. But I'm sure there'll be more made before this night's over with if it comes down to green flag stops.
Looks like we got a few cars peeking their noses out, maybe trying to get something to happen, but once again, nobody really trying to commit to the outside yet.
I think if you could possibly get yourself 3, 4 other guys to head up there on that outside line with you, based on what we saw earlier in the race, if you could get 3 or 4 cars to peek out there and go together and stay tight, nose to tail out there, that outside line could make a lot of ground, especially coming off these corners. They have a lot of momentum coming down that back stretch and also down the tri-oval there in the front. But if you could get 3 or 4 cars go up there with you, they could make a big difference on that high line.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see some guys maybe trying to make moves to the outside, but you're also seeing maybe some guys trying to force their way through the pack, but through the inside, trying to find holes and errors in some people's driving styles. Sometimes you can squeeze your nose under there, and even without popping out a lane, you can still gain some positions that way.
And it looks like that outside line, they're starting to form back there towards the end of that pack with Jeremy Enix and that 19 machine kind of leading the way out there as, got a couple of cars got out there with him, and Brian Lee and Travis McKinney, and now Kevin Kelly has pulled up there, and also Dale Reynolds and Nick Thames. So looks like they're going to try to make that outside line work, because they got them about 5 or 6 cars in that draft now, and, that outside line may be coming to the front soon.
Yeah, it looks like they finally got some guys to bite and go up to the outside. So now they're see if they're trying to make anything happen and try to get this lead away from that number 3 car, Luis Bosa.
Yeah, but looks like they're going to have to duck down that inside line, get sucked up real tight, all of them together, and suck up to that number 32 of Barton there, the last car in that low line as we were running. And then all of them make that move together, to that outside line. And if they can do that, which it looks like they're starting to do now, they've definitely got a head of steam now. They might be able to make that line work.
Yeah, one thing about making the outside lane work, you gotta be patient with it. You can't expect it to work in like 3 or 4 laps. You gotta be patient. It may take 10 laps, but if you believe your car can run out of the outside, it'll pay off for you.
Yeah, as Ed Wilson referred to when he was up here in the booth with us a little while ago, just like you said in reference there, J-Pop, if you can get out on that outside line and actually stay out there for a few laps, it will work. I mean, but you got to be patient with it. It's not going to pay off right, the minute you walk out there. If that was the case, everybody would be running it. But you got to be out there. You got to be patient. You got to really commit yourself to it.
Yeah, as they go by the 26 car lap down car of D Stout here, Doc Stout, it looks like, even through all the dicing and moving up positions back, the top 4 still remained right on that yellow line and not flinching a bit to go to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying down there, just like you said, down on that yellow line, which forces anybody who wants to pass to go to that outside line. And if those guys who are those guys who aren't behind, aren't committed to that outside line, they're never going to be able to pass. I mean, that's just bottom line as it goes. That yellow line there. Whoa! It looks like was that Doc Stout? Looks like possibly got the 16 of Brian Lee. Got a little loose there coming off the corner and lost it.
Yeah, the 16 of Brian Lee. He was having a good run. It looks like he might have gotten tagged coming out of turn 2 there, and he just couldn't save it as he tagged the inside wall pretty hard.
Yeah, looking at looks like he got tagged by 10 of Chris Manthe coming off of turn 2 over there, and kind of slid it down across into the grass, and he tagged that inside wall pretty good. But looks like we got ourselves a caution out here now. So
I think they realized that the 16 was contacted to spin down to the inside wall, and now they called a caution for it.
Yeah, and that's a tough break for Brian Lee in that number 16 machine. As he has been having a very good run so far tonight. Was able to keep himself up towards that front pack, the biggest most of the night, and have been able to stay relatively trouble-free so far tonight. But that's one I think that's gonna, with the damage, the way he hit that wall, it looks like it's gonna cause a little much slower speeds out of that car now.
Yeah, it's just even you're never safe no matter where you're running, so it's a just unfortunate situation for him, and maybe he can get it fixed and try and make the most out of this night.
Yeah, just like you said, you're never safe here at Daytona. We've seen that so far tonight. There has been spins and cautions brought out, in the front half of the packs, the front part of the field. You're never really safe anywhere here at Daytona, regardless if you're running in the back, if you're running in the front, if you're running in the middle of the pack. It can always jump up and bite you when you least expect it, as just did there with Brian Lee in at number 16.
Yeah, and we see almost all the leaders come down pit road, and they're gonna fill the tank up, probably get 4 tires here.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to come in and take 4 tires, since they've got that opportunity under caution to fill the fuel tanks. But now it's going to make it interesting. 75 laps, 74 laps still, here to go. So it could still turn into a fuel mileage race before it's all over said and done. But it's going to be interesting if they can stretch their fuel mileage all the way to 36 laps. Even they would still have to, be a little short if they keep it green here at this point. But be interesting to see if this actually turns out to be a fuel mileage race, or if we got a couple more cautions still in the bag there.
Yeah, looking at the race off of pit road, the 32 of Justin Barton, he won the race off of pit road there. Not sure if he just had a great stop or he took 2 or what, but he comes off of pit road first, and like we said, that's he's had an up and down night tonight, but now he's back up.
Yeah, and it looks like Barton, he gained 5 positions there on pit roads, so picked up a lot of positions. But the big losers there, as far as pit strategy went, Jeremy Enix and Travis McKinney both losing 5 positions. And another big jumper was Howard Wildrick there, who he also moved up 4 positions. But like you said, the big jump there was at 32 of Barton picking up 5 positions out there on pit road. So that should, by the time everything cycles through, put him on in the lead position and give him a lap lead for the night and put him up front.
And he had troubles early in the race, but he's like we said, he's hung in there, and now he's back up there, and probably will overtake the lead here. So it's been a huge up and down night for him, but he's done a really good job of keeping that car on the race.
Yeah, it's definitely, as you said, been an up and down night for that 32 machine there of Justin Barton. I think we were commenting on him earlier in the race, early part of the race, after he had that mishap getting hold of the apron, and he was as far back as like 35th or 36th, and here it is, lap 126, finds himself leading the race. So that's got to be a big confidence booster, knowing that he got on pit road and back off that well and was able to pick up those kind of positions, put himself in the lead. So if he can get some of these guys to kind of bite and go with him on this restart, he may have a chance to lead a few laps here.
Yeah, and that shows that he's not only got a fast car, but he's got good enough strategy to get himself up front.
Yeah, and it looks like our lucky dog for this caution will be the number 15 of Darren Benge, who that'll put him back on the lead lap once again, running out there in currently in 20th. Well, that'll put him up into 19th position. So Benge having a very nice top 20 solid run going on right now, even with the mishaps and such that are going on for that machine tonight over in the 15 camp.
I believe that is another lucky dog for Benj. That is the second one he's gone tonight, and that's like we said, that's huge that he's still hung in there and he's still going strong, trying to get the most out of this night.
That it is, and we keep continue referring to these guys who are just kind of hanging in here and making the most out of the night that they possibly can. Looking back here, Doc Stout in that 26 machine, he's currently running 22nd, 4 laps down, still hanging around. Ethan Rondo, one of our guys who's been around for a while, but a rookie here with our ASR racing league, over here with NuffWorld. He's currently showing 1 lap down, still in 21st, so he's knocking on the top 20 also. And looks like we're going to have ourselves a couple of waiver rounds here. So the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. and the 05 of Nick Del Campo. So that'll put those guys back on a lead lap also. Even with the trouble they got themselves into earlier, they're still, both of them, having solid top 20 runs right now and looking to make more out of it.
Yeah, and after those wave rounds, that will put 19 cars on the lead lap.
So with 19 cars still left on the lead lap, there's still a lot of positions to be jockeyed around here, so to speak, before this thing's all over with in another just over 70 laps or so. So, we still got a lot of great racing coming here.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see if we see this thing stays green to the end. We should see one more pit stop for everybody in the field.
Yeah, but as we've seen tonight, that'll be the interesting case if it stays green at this point, because these guys, like I say, it's just like the weirdest of times. The slightest mishap here at Daytona can really cause havoc for yourself and other drivers. And, if they can keep it green, this is going to turn out to be a real interesting finish with the pit stop strategies.
Yeah, and, it's, we saw it in the duels, field strategy, huge. You don't think it will be, but if you go green at right to the end at a certain point, that fuel strategy can be huge, and you gotta have that a good fuel tank and enough fuel to get yourself to the end. Because we did in the duels, we saw a few people running out on the last few laps of the race, and it really cost them big.
For some of you who may be tuning in and joining Nuff TV for the first time, watching Nuff races here, kind of explain, you may not see the pace car out there right now under this caution, but we run manual cautions here at over in NuffWorld. But if a 2-car incident does occur on a track, it automatically warrants a caution called by our admins on the track, and we will run it around, just like what you're seeing here with no pace car, and be a manual green. So these guys will know when the green is called by an on-track admin. So, just to kind of clarify that for some of you who may be joining us for the first time.
And we are green back here in the TeamSpeak 500.
Oh, looks like we got a big, I don't know, somebody spun their tires, or we got a big mess there. Caution right at the, right on the restart. So, wow, I don't know, it looked like someone spun their tires there and drifted up into that outside wall.
Yeah, it's just, we saw that in Thursday's race. It was right at the beginning of the race. We saw a stack up of cars, and there's some guys who really couldn't do much about it. And when you get those stack up of cars right at the line, there's a lot of cars. You'll get into each other, and you'll see cars flying all over the place.
Yeah, it looks like wasn't so much they spun their tire. Yeah, it looks like that bottom line may have checked up right in front of Steve Deo in the number 11, and it looks like he really didn't get going all that well. And car behind him of, I can't tell who that even was, kind of got into the back of him. It looks like it was Brian Lee, got into the back of him, shoved him up into that outside line into Ben Britton, and it all just kind of collapsed from there.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for some of those guys who had good nights all night, kept their cars clean. The 34 was one of them. We haven't really talked about him much today. He had a good run, decent run going, but he just caught up unfortunately there.
Yeah, and that 34 machine there of Ben Britton, he's looking to kind of capitalize on what he had last year. Is you know, we ran last year all the way through the regular season. He was the points leader going into the chase last year, and had a solid season all year long. And once we went into the chase, it seemed like he just had a bit of bad luck there. Wasn't able to capitalize on that fact that he was leading it going into the chase. But he had a really good year all the way up until the chase time. So he's looking to capitalize on that this year. But looks like a rough break here for that 34 machine.
Yeah, he one of those guys you don't see it all throughout the course of the race, but right at the end he's always there, top 10, top 5.
Yeah, and that'll leave Justin Barton in that 32 machine up front to lead a few laps. I don't expect to see a whole lot of takers on pit road this time. You know, with how it is. Even, well, I don't know. They may prove me wrong, as 32 machine's down on the apron now. He might be looking to go to pit road.
There could be a few guys that come in, maybe get a splash of gas to really ensure that they'll make it on one more pit stop if this thing goes green to the end.
Yeah, and pit road is been declared open now, so looks like the 11 of Steve Deo is definitely going in, but I'm sure he's going to be going in, fixing a lot of repairs. He may have a extended stay on pit road with the way it looks for that car, but the one I'm really concerned about to see what will happen here is that number 34 machine of Ben Britton, as he was completely on two wheels there for a little while.
Yeah, just looks like we got first 10 cars, first 11 cars stayed out, and we got the rest of the field behind them all came in and pitted. So maybe we could maybe that could play a factor here at the end.
Yeah, I was watching as the 34 machine got down on pit road there. I mean, you know, Ben Britton, you got to feel for the guy. He's having a rough night after getting caught up in that, but goes sliding completely through his pit stall. So that's going to make that pit time even longer for him. He's just, it's not what Ben was hoping for the night. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was a rough night, but it was a good night for him. But it just goes south in an instant.
All right, now to go back to what we were talking about during you know, the last caution, you now see the pace car out there on the track leading the way around. We talked about the manual cautions and such. For those of you who are new here, we have a very high threshold for the cautions to come out, so that we can try to keep the racing green flag as much as possible over here in NuffWorld. As we talked about earlier, we do have the manual cautions. If there are 2 or more cars involved in an accident, then, you know, we'll bring out our manual cautions. But the game flags are also on at the same time, which is why you see the pace car here. So if a car is beyond 90 degrees around, or, you know, several cars are involved in a big accident, the game will throw its own caution also. That's why you'll see the pace car out here sometimes and sometimes not. So that's kind of to clarify for some of you. It does sound confusing, but most of these guys here in NuffWorld have got this thing locked down to a science now.
It just maybe could be a little confusing at first, but I think you can get to understand it as you see it more and more.
And I apologize to the fans at home. That was probably not the best explanation. Hey, I think I even confused myself a little bit on that one. But like I say, most of the drivers on the track get it, so that's what we really got to be concerned with. They know what's going on.
Fans, just pay attention to the racing out there. You'll be fine.
That's for sure, J-Pop. Just pay attention to the racing. Don't pay attention to the idiot in the booth sometimes. But I think like, I think that was the one to go. Am I right, J-Pop?
Yeah, that's the one to go. So they're getting ready. They're getting ready to go green this time. So yeah, we'll be going green this time around. So we're looking to get back to some green flag racing here with the number 32 machine of Justin Barton still leading the way, and got number 3 TeamSpeak Chevrolet of Louis Bussa out there in 2nd place. The number 45 of Howard Wildrick running in 3rd. 4th place, the number 27 of Dale Reynolds, who's been hanging out there most of the night. And the 51 of Nick Thames out there rounding out the top 5. Yeah, and Dominic LaRusso in 6th in the 48. The 30 of Kevin Kelly sitting in 7th right now. The 10 of Chris Manthey, he's still hanging in at 8th. Darren Bench, he sitting there in 9th at the number 15. He's still hung in there all night. He's sitting there in 9th. And Nick Del Campo, the 05, in 10th.
Yeah, that rounds out our top 10, and I tell you, I'm gonna be interested to see here and kind of watching that 05 machine of Nick Del Campo. As we saw a couple of cautions ago, he was involved in that caution when he hit Kevin Hibbick. He had a lot of front end damage, but it's going to be interesting to see. Now he's up here running in that 10th place. If he can be able to get into that draft, even with the damage to that nose, if he's going to be able to hang into the draft and keep that car up to speed with that lead draft, he may still be able to salvage a very good finish out of this thing tonight.
Yeah, and the interesting to see his speed as pace car pulls off. We're back green at the TeamSpeak 500.
And it looks like that inside line once again gets that good jump that we've been seeing biggest most of the night. And Howard Wildrick he was right up there with Barden this time, so it wasn't a one-car breakaway. But looks like that outside line, they were able to get up to speed together at the same time, and they may have the advantage here coming off of 2.
Yeah, the 27 and the 3, they hooked up a little sooner than the 32 and the 45, and they're just going to drive right on by the 32.
Yeah, and it looks like Nick Thames and that 51 machine and Kevin Kelly out there in the 30 on that outside line. Looks like they were going to try to run that outside line for a little while, but now they've ducked down onto the inside line, kind of sorted things out, and I'm sure here in the next lap or two we're going to see that whole big line get back together nose to tail once again, and start putting some distance on the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it looks like the drop down single funnel quick and the top 8 have distanced themselves from the rest of the field here, getting that nice jump, and it's the second pack back here is led by the 87 and Kevin Kelly Jr. to just jockeying for position, trying to get ahead of each other.
Looking too at number 3 and the number 27 of Louis Bussa and Dale Reynolds, right from the start, the green flag dropped. It looks like I think Louis Bussa may have had a trailer hitch installed on that car, and Reynolds is just that close. They are staying really tight right there, which is going to put together a lot of speed for these two.
Yeah, these guys have, these guys are always fast at every track, but tonight they've just been especially fast. These two have been able to work together really, really well, and they've been glued to each other's bumpers every time they're near each other. So it's gonna be interesting to see if we see anybody team up and try and beat these guys.
Yeah, I think before it's all over with, I don't think everybody's going to be happy and content. We still got a lot of racing left to go here. It looked like Barden kind of poked his nose out there a little bit. He might have been looking to make a run on that high side, but Wildrick didn't go with him, so he thought better of it, brought it back down, into the bottom line while he still could. But a lot of these guys looks like are starting to think about that high line once again, and if they can, well, we just saw Bussa and Reynolds push that high line right on up to the front, but if they can get a few cars up there together and get them glued together like these two are up front, then that high line will definitely work. But so far, no one's stayed committed to it long enough to see it happen.
Yeah, I think everybody is this top 8 breakaway. Nobody's going to step out of line, and nobody's going to really, except right here in the back, we have a little side-by-side racing for the last 2 in line. But I don't think we're going to see many people step out and battle each other, because they know that'll slow that group down and allow more cars to come in and join this group.
It'll be interesting to see too as the time wears on. I talked about there earlier with Louis Bussa and Dale Reynolds being glued together as tight as they are. If they start having any problems as this race wears on with overheating issues, because I know some of these guys, some of the amount of tape that they run is a little higher than others, and if they get up there and push with those grill openings covered up for too long, they may have to poke a nose out time to time. But I don't know if these two are going to be able to stay glued to each other this tight for the duration of this race.
Yeah, we'll have to see, and we'll have to see if these two are also working together come pit stop time, because if this thing stays green, then these two are going to this 6 days green, these two are going to have to go down and make sure their pit stops are clean and go down together, because these two are clearly the class of the field so far tonight.
That they are, and I tell you, kind of looking back just a touch further back there in 6th place with Kevin Kelly Sr. and also up in 5th with 51 of Nick Thames. I'm very surprised those two haven't tried to hook up, maybe get someone to go with them and hit that high side already. I know both of those guys, and they're definitely not content and happy just to run around in a single pack like this. They really want to get up there and taste victory tonight.
Yeah, there's always a little factor from the drivers of that little aggressiveness. You want to get out there, you want to lead, but some drivers are perfectly content hanging in line, and you got others who want to get out front, who want to lead all the time.
Yeah, and I tell you, looking back there, 7th place position at number 48, Dominic LaRusso. He's and also right there behind him in 8th with Chris Matheny. Those are two guys who they haven't been exactly the talk of the night, but those two guys have both pretty much stayed with that lead pack all night. And you're talking about kind of being content to run around. They may be two that are content right now at this point to run around and maybe buying their time and not really showing everything they've got. But like I say, they've been able to stay there all night.
Yeah, they could be a sleeper in this race. Like you said, we haven't talked about them much. They've always been there in that lead pack, just hanging around. And there's just about 60 laps to go coming to the stripe this time by. So these guys have maybe their patience will pay off in the end.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking back here at the way back in 15th position at the number 68 machine there of Danny Baker. That's another guy who we haven't really talked a lot about so far tonight, but he's having himself a good solid run tonight. He came to us last year here in NuffWORLD. He came to us last year about halfway through the season, and that guy, he was one of those drivers that really improved as the year went on last year. He was a real improvement, and we're glad to have him back this year. But he's having himself a good, solid top 15 right now tonight, and stayed relatively trouble-free so far.
Yeah, he's been up in the top 10 a few times. He's always been there. He's kept his nose out of trouble all day, and like you said, he always got better last year, and I think we're going to see even more improvement this year from the 68 of Danny Baker.
Yeah, he's a one of those drivers. He's a very good guy too. I mean, I've had several talks with Danny, and he's a great guy. But looking back up here in front, pretty much everything kind of staying the same. Looks like Kevin Kelly, though, in that number 30 machine might have shuffled back just a little bit. But, he's still holding on to that draft. He may be just, kind of sucking back a little bit, holding back to maybe cool that engine off, as, we talked about earlier, or maybe he's just trying to back off a little bit.
Yeah, we moved back here, and 9th and 10th, we got the 03 of Bruce Turner and the 19 of Jeremy Enox. These two were with the front group, a lead pack that last run, but it looks like they've got themselves separated, and those two are just hanging out, just those two cars. And like we said earlier, you can't really catch anybody with just two cars, but these two they're still running fairly good lap times.
Yeah, Jeremy Enox there in the 19 machine and the 03 of Bruce Turner. Yeah, they're definitely very good racers, and it looks like we got a caution out on the field. Not quite sure what happened there. We'll have to check down on pit road real quick, find out what happened, bring out this caution.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the track as of right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of searching around through the field here. I'm not sure what happened exactly with that one. I'm still waiting on clarification. That one may have very well happened somewhere in towards the back there. Okay, I'm hearing from our upstairs booth there. Looks like it may have been something involving the 05 of Nick Del Campo. But it kind of, yeah, it looks like kind of rewinding my own tape here. It looks like Nick Del Campo may have came down the track just a little bit onto the 87. And no, it just looks like I got a little bit of a bump coming off the corner, bump drafting there, and you know, kind of got the 87 a little loose, which put him up into that outside wall, and then they were all able to still keep going, though. That was the good thing, but brings out our latest caution.
Yeah, just it's a no cars really spinning or wrecking there, but caution was called, and now we have a lot of takers on pit road.
Yeah, this is playing out to be a very interesting finish. I mean, just according to, you know, if we can come down to this last little bit, keeping it green, as we keep referring to, they could turn into a very interesting race with pit strategy, because even from this point, they should have to pit at least one more time.
Yeah, and yeah, if this thing does stay green, it's a one-stop race from here, and you know, we haven't gotten a chance yet to test the green flag piss-offs tonight, because we know that was a problem in the duels for some of these guys. But you know, if we do get green flag pit stops, we could see a lot of mix-up and a lot of shake-up in the top group.
Yeah, it looks like after pit stops and pit cycles we're going through here under this caution, the number 51, Nick Baines, that Redline Designs machine, has taken over the lead here. So, you know, he's one of those guys, you know, has been there biggest most of the night up towards the front. But one of the guys that a couple of guys that caught that real big break there was, like we were talking to just before the caution was called, was that 19 of Jeremy Enix and the 03 of Bruce Turner there, who had lost the draft, and were kind of running around out there together. So it's going to be a big break for them to try to get up there and be back in that lead pack and try to latch on this time.
Yeah, it looks like those two played a bit of a strategy on pit road. They both gained a lot of positions, and they moved their way all the way back up. And I think the 19 of Jerry Enox won the race off of pit road, and Bruce Turner was just 2 positions behind him.
Yeah, so that will probably work out in their favor, because that'll put the two of them, once they line up, that'll put Jeremy and the 19 and the 03 of Bruce Turner both out there on that outside line together, so they'll be able to hook right back up and push each other. So that'll be a good break for them too.
And looks like we got these front guys will. We had Nick Thames and Danny Baker, I believe, stay out. Those guys have gone in a pit, and Howard Wildrick will take over in the 45. He takes over the lead.
Yeah, Wildrick will take over the lead, and Jeremy Enix moved himself up there into the second position. So Lewis Buster moving back to third there in the TeamSpeak number 3. Bruce Turner currently running in 4th as we run, and Dale Reynolds, that 27 machine, back there in 5th place, running out the top 5. So not a whole lot of shakeups out there on pit road. Under this, looks like everybody had pretty good pit stops. So
yeah, and looks like 6th position is the 32 of Justin Barden. And 7th we got the 10 of Chris Manthe. 8th we got the 48 of Dominic LaRusso. 9th we have the 15 of Darren Benj. He's still hanging there, and he's in the top 10 after all those lucky dogs. And then the 42 of Travis McKinney, who's also he's also been up there all day as well.
Right, and a lot of these guys, just like you said, hanging in there. A lot of these guys have been hanging in for quite a bit of this race. You know, that first early caution back on, I think it was lap 23 or so. That was a big one for the night. You know, kind of took out a lot of cars and damaged a lot of cars, but. A lot of these guys have been doing, just like you said, kind of hanging in there, waiting this thing out, running to the end, getting all the position they can out of it. But looks like Ethan Rondu in the number 40 machine is going to be our lucky dog on this caution. And I'm being told that we're going to have one wave around the number 9 of Mike Houston. So Big Mike, we talked about him earlier. You know, he's one of those guys, you know, been out here running around all night and trying to get as many positions out of it as he can.
Yeah, he was once after all of after that first 10 laps, he was once dead last, and now he's sitting up there in 23rd position, just because he's hung out this entire race and just hung in there this entire race. And huge props to Mike Houston for a great night, and he's gonna have a pretty decent finish out of this one if he hangs in there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So I'm sitting here thinking about with Mike Houston too. When he did have that spin, I don't recall if he actually sustained any damage out of it. So he may still have a pretty fast car, and before this night's all over with, may be able to pull himself a top 20 out of the night altogether, as he will move up after taking this lucky dog. Looks like he'll move up into the 22nd position, not far off of a good top 20 run tonight.
Yeah, he's still he's sitting there 4 laps down. He's been just about that the whole night. After that little incident, he's just been hanging around there 4 laps down. He hasn't lost and he hasn't really gained any laps, but he's just, once again, he's just a huge props to him on hanging in there and staying tough for this very, very long race.
Yeah, and it takes, like we talked about earlier, they call it the Ironman award for a reason. It takes a lot to hang in there in these grueling 100% races, 200 laps at Daytona, knowing that before lap 20 that you were already, right at 4 laps down, and to still hang around for this long. That says a lot about the character of a man, right there with Mike Houston sticking around for this long.
It looks like we've doubled up, and I believe we might be going green this time by. So leading them down to the field would be Howard Wildrick in the 45, and right on the outside would be the 19 of Jeremy Enox.
Yeah, it looks like we're going green this time by, so lights are out on the track, and looks like they're about to get, there they go. They've got the green flag, and it looks like, once again, that inside line got a pretty good jump, but so did Jeremy in that number 19 out there on the outside. He got a very good jump, but he doesn't have any help out there on that outside line right now, so he's kind of out there by himself until the 03 of Bruce Turner can catch up to him, but that bottom line may clear him before that happens, and yep, sure enough, he ducks down, falls in line, and looks like, Lewis Buses jumped to that outside line, got help once again from Dale Reynolds in that 27, and looks like, we got another car jumping up there too, so they're going to try to make that high line work. 03 of Bruce Turner up there, to join Lewis Buss and Dale Reynolds and try to get that outside line going.
Yeah, that 3 of Lewis Buss, he does not want to give up that lead right now, and he's been out there up front, and he doesn't want it to change. So he's once again flies by the 45 and the 19 for the lead. Yeah,
and I'm being told the number 40 car is being given a quick penalty there. It looks like a stop and go for a loose lug nut. Looks like it didn't get all the lug nuts tight on that machine, so it's going to be a bad break for that number 40 of Ethan Rondeau back there. So he'll definitely go down pit lane and have to come back out by himself with no drafting help. So that's going to, he got that lucky dog, but now it's going to hurt him. Looks like losing that lap again.
Looks like we have we do have a breakaway up front, but it's a much bigger pack than it was last time. Last time we only had about 8 or 9 cars. This time we have just about 13 to 14 cars in this big league group here. So a lot of people they know that they have to get good starts to hang with this front group.
Yeah, and hanging on back there at the very back of this pack, looks like it's at the 48 machine of Dominic LaRusso again. We've talked about him all night, kind of hanging on back there at the back. And then we got, looks like Kevin Kelly back there too, just barely, well, it looks like he's about to lose that draft itself. But Dom is still hanging on in that number 48, as we talked about earlier tonight. He's been hanging out back there at the back of that lead pack about all night. And, before this is all over with, it's going to be interesting to see if that young man's been, for lack of better terms, been sandbagging all night and just logging laps. He may have something to say before this is over with.
Yeah, he's he has I believe he does have a very good car tonight, and he's just been hanging in that same spot, and every breakaway at the front of lead cars, he's always been right there at the back. So I think he's right where he likes it, and like we said, we still have one more round of pit stops to go through. So and then the 10 gets turned by the 42, and we'll have a caution out on the racetrack, I believe.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the lucky benefactor out of that one at 48 just was far enough back. That might be a lot of his strategy tonight, not running tight on somebody, because all that happened right there in front of him, and you know he had enough room that he was able, because he wasn't glued to someone's bumper, he was able to make his way around that and escape once again with no damage.
I think the 10 tried to come down. He tried to make it fit where there was no room, and the 42 was there and did not let up, and it just turned the 10 around.
Yeah, it looks like the 42 was definitely underneath that 10 already. I mean, just kind of like what we saw in the Truck Series last night. If any of you watched that race, you know, he had the fender right there already with, you know, he had the front fender already well beyond the back tire of number 10 machine, and the 10 continued, you know, coming down, trying to get into that draft, which, you know, everybody's always trying to stay with the draft and not lose that draft. But, yeah, that definitely brought out the caution there with the 42 and the 10 getting together, and looks like both of these got some pretty good damage as both of them, you know, pancaked that passenger side, right side of that car.
Yeah, and that's gonna knock Chris Manthey out of the race after that wreck. That's unfortunate for him. He was in the top 10 for at least a good part. The last half of this race, he was Chris Manthey. He was sitting there. He was looking good there, and just an unfortunate tangle there with the 42.
Yeah, Chris, you know, rookie first race here in NuffWorld, you know, over here, points race anyway. Been having himself a real good running around there tonight. Kept himself up into the top 20 all night long, you know, and that I think he's going to be one of those good racers we'll see as time goes on. You know, but yeah, he was definitely having himself a good night tonight, and I hate to see that happen to that number 10 machine of Chris Manthey there, because he's put a lot of work into this, trying to get this car ready, you know, for Daytona, and he's fighting, clawed his way, you know, through. You know, he had no provisionals. He had no other way than to make it into the show tonight, other than the duels, and he fought his way in the duels to get in here. So, props to Chris Manthey. Good race tonight, but unfortunately, it ends early for him.
Yeah, and with Chris Manthey's DNF there, that will put, I believe, about 18 cars that have DNF tonight. So, just not a good night for a lot of guys, but you know, it is Daytona, so you should expect to see a lot of cars at DNF.
Yeah, kind of going down the list here, right you are there, J-Pop. That is 18 cars out tonight. So so far we've almost lost half of our field tonight with accidents and you know, electrical problems and so on. So mechanical issues and accidents really playing a toll tonight on our Nuffers as they're out here, you know, with about 48 or so, 47, 48 laps left here till we wrap this thing up tonight. But it's definitely been a rough night for some of these drivers.
Yeah, and there's still a rough night for a lot where they just couldn't finish, and it's also been a rough night for some of those guys and some of these guys are still hanging in there. See, like the few like Mike Houston, Timmy St. Jean, Ethan Rondo, all these guys are still sitting here after a lot of wrecks and a lot of damage. These guys are still hanging in with this long, grueling race.
Yeah, right you are on that. A lot of these guys are, you know, definitely still hanging out, hoping for the best finish possible. And, you know, as this thing goes on with another, like I say, 40-plus laps, you know, there's still a lot of time for a lot of these positions to change before it's all over with, said and done. So, you know, I expect to see a lot more cars before this is over with, you know, changing positions. And like I say, I'm interested to see. I still say, you know, looking at that 48 machine and even the 32 there, you know, of Barden, I'm wondering if those two have actually shown what they've got yet, or if they're still holding back maybe a little bit, you know, because they've been up there in that front pack for well over 100 laps now, but just maybe not showing everything yet.
Yeah, they just haven't gotten the even if they did want to show that chance, they just really haven't gotten that chance to show it yet. But You know, it's with just under 50 laps to go, these guys still have time to show what they got. They're still up there, and they both do have fast cars.
Right, they are. But for all the fans at home, we're getting ready to take a quick commercial break here at the TeamSpeak 500 live from Daytona International Speedway. Stick around. We'll be back in a few minutes after this commercial break.
Are you looking to start your own professional internet radio station the easy way? Sam Vibe was specifically designed for you. From the makers of Sam Broadcaster, Sam Vibe takes advantage of the cloud to let you focus on what is important: managing and running your station. There are 5 simple steps to get started with Sam Vibe. 1. Sign up for a free account at NuffWORLD.com. No credit card information is required to get a free account. 2. Download and install Sam Vibe. 3. Check your email to retrieve your account information and login details. 4. Run Sam Vibe and enter your username and password. 5. The Sam Vibe Quick Start Wizard shows you the first steps to start your station. Simply upload your music, turn on your station, and tune in. Too easy? Don't worry, Sam Vibe caters for the needs of both novice and professional broadcasters. Sound exciting? Give it a try. Sign up for free now at samvibe.com to experience how broadcasting should be.
Y'all ain't really ready. Go!
And welcome back to Daytona International Speedway here tonight. Muff TV's live broadcast of the TeamSpeak 500. But looks like right now we're getting ready to go back green here. And we got quite a few cars still left on the lead lap. Looks like we got currently 20 cars on the lead lap. And our number 1 car right now leading the race after this caution will be Lewis Bussa in that number 3 TeamSpeak machine.
Yeah, we've seen the 3 of Lewis Buss and the 27 of Dale Reynolds. These guys have been drafting partners all day, and now they're starting side by side, see if they can hook up with each other really quick here.
Yeah, as you see, the pace cars ducking off now, heading down pit road, so we're back to green here. So let's see how that inside line goes, and looks like Bussa got a real good jump there on that inside line once again in that number 3 machine with the 03 of Bruce Turner. And the 27 of Dale Reynolds, boy, he jumps in there real quick. As soon as he finds that hole, he jumps right in behind Lewis Bussa, and looks like it's the old show once again going back to the front.
Wow, that 45 just really squeezed it in between the 03 and the 48. That was a really, really tight squeeze in, but somehow he was able to make it fit, and these guys are singled out really quick.
Yeah, Howard will bring that 45. He knows he's been up there biggest most tonight. He knows he's got to get in that draft as fast as possible to catch this 3 and 27 Tango, because, you know, if you let these 3 get away from you, or these 2, I'm sorry, get away from you, they will take off. As you see the gap starting to close now between the 03 and the 27, so it's like they're going to get that big pack back together and see where they go from here.
Yeah, and looking back at back at the 11 of Steve Dayao and 5 of Baxter Pierce back here, these guys we haven't really talked about as much as well. These these guys back here trying to make the most of everything out here. A lot of these guys have damage from wrecks, but still have really good. They may not be able to hang with the lead pack, but they still seem to have really good cars. As they still have really good positions that they're hanging in right now.
Yeah, I'm looking back here at the 05 of Nick Del Campo. Looks like he's making a very unscheduled pit stop back here. I don't know what's going on, if he maybe got a penalty. I'm being told he got a stop-and-go penalty. He may have been speeding on pit road as he came in right there at the 1 to go. So that's going to be a bad break for that 05 machine of Nick Del Campo getting that stop-and-go penalty. Or, no, I'm being told he had a loose lug nut. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he had just bitten back. He was a lap down. He just gotten back on the lead lap, and he was running pretty good after getting back on the lead lap. But that's just an unfortunate thing that happened to him. And now he's probably out. He'll probably be out there with no help by himself.
Yeah, he's back out on the track now over in turns 1 and 2, but he's definitely out there by himself. And you know, running by yourself, we talked about it all night. You know, these guys in that front pack, it ain't gonna take them long to catch up and put you a lap down. So that all the work Nick Del Campo had done, you know, getting back on the lead lap, all erased by a loose lug nut there. And you got to feel for that guy. He had a good car tonight. Came out here, ran up in the top 5 a lot of the night, and you know, the last half of this race just definitely hasn't gone the way he liked.
Now the good news he's got going for him is if he can, once he gets a lap down here, if he can hang on to this lead group, he can hang on and get that lucky dog, which is something we saw earlier today from that 5 of Braxton Pierce. He got a lap down early, hung on to the lead pack, got the lucky dog. He's sitting there in 13th right now. So the 05 of Campo, as he's getting lapped now, see if he can hook onto the back of this pack here.
Yeah, you talking about Braxton Pierce there with that lucky dog being able to hang on to the back of the pack like he did earlier in the race. You know, that is correct. I mean, you know, it's not over for Nick Del Campo by all means. You know, being a lap down, he could still get that lucky dog like you talked about. But it looks like he missed hooking on with the back of that pack. So that may be, you know, the bad news for him, was unable to hang on to that backpack, but he has been able to pick up the 16 there of Brian Lee, who was glued to his bumper. And, you know, those two may be able to run together for a little while, at least stay ahead of the guys that are behind him and keep himself in that lucky dog position rather than out here running around by himself.
Yeah, Brian Lee, he's sitting there in 10th, but unfortunately, he lost that front pack there. So now he hooked onto the 05, trying to get some type of drafting help to make sure that he wasn't out there by himself. But now he went by the 05, and the 05 might just be a little bit too slow. Yeah,
it looks like he got a lot of front end damage. I was going to say there at the beginning, you know, maybe they're trying to swap positions because that 16 would be able to cut the air a lot better in that draft. But once he got around that 05 of Del Campo, he's run off and left him. So I think the damage is just slowing that 05 machine down too much for Nick Del Campo. And, you know, it might be heading downhill now for Nick.
Look back up at the front here. The 03 was running 3rd. It looks like he got shuffled out just a little bit. You know, he's fallen back to the back of the pack at about 9th position here. So maybe he swung out to ride in the back, or maybe he just got forced out of the lane.
Yeah, as we were looking back at Del Campo, I'm not really sure what happened, but yeah, he did lose quite a few positions, but has been able to maintain right there on that lead pack. As they're starting to move around a little bit there in that lead pack. These cars might be getting tighter as the race is going on, or maybe looser, but you know, the handling may be going away on a few. You know, those back few there, like the Barden, Jeremy Enix, and you know, a few others are starting to weave around a little bit, you know, through the corners. So the handling might be starting to go away on a few of these cars.
Yeah, and I believe, as I said earlier, the track temp from where it was earlier in the day, it was at 97. It's now fallen all the way down to 92 degrees. So it doesn't seem like a big change, but it is when you're out on the track.
Yeah, the slightest 3-4 degrees temperature difference out here on this track temperature will definitely make a big difference in how your car handles. You may have a tight car, but it warms up 3 degrees, and you got a loose car all of a sudden. So, you know, a lot of these guys are going to try to keep from having to make adjustments on their car as long as they can, as long as they can keep the car under them.
Yeah, and it's just not sure if many people have had to make a lot of adjustments today, but you know, as the day goes on, they might have. There could be some few guys that made to had to made adjustments to their setup, just basing off damage and you know, if their car was running good in the draft or not. But looks like the 48 of Dominic LaRusso got shuffled out, and he's going to fall back. But he's going to fall back where he's been almost all the second half of this race. Going to fall right to the tail end of the lead pack, and you know, I guess that's where he's comfortable, and that's where he likes running.
Yeah, so far tonight it has worked out for Dominic back there in that last car in this big lead pack draft. You know, he's been able to miss a few accidents because of that. You know, we haven't seen him run all night up on the bumper of anybody realistically, and he may have been just a little uncomfortable at the moment, you know, and you know, plotting his strategy for the end of the race, running that close, that tight with others, and decided to pull out and kind of drop to the back as he's been running most of the night on that long pack, and still waiting to make his move.
We go all the way back to about 17th position here, and look at the 40 of Ethan Rondo. You know, Danny Baker, the 68, he's running in 18th, and Timmy St. Jean in the 83. These three guys have all had some sort of trouble, and they've all stayed in there, and they've all sitting there in the top 20, having great runs today. And you know, sometimes at the time it doesn't look like you're gonna have a great finish, but if you hang in there, it's gonna turn out well for you. And these guys look like they're gonna get a top 20 finish out of the day.
Yeah, these guys are, and I was looking at them there as we talked about. I was looking up here at the number 11 of Steve Dayo, who's you know, running right now in the well, he just moved himself into top 10. We talked about him a little bit earlier throughout the day. He's had a rough day so far, you know, out here, but has kept you know, chugging away at it and chipping away at it, and he's pulled himself up into a top 10 position, the first car out of that lead draft now. So he's going to be able to turn himself into a pretty decent finish if he can keep the car where it's at the rest of the night.
Yeah, he's sitting there in the top 10. It's a really good run for him. Seeing that he did get into a little bit of a wreck a few cautions ago, but he's still got a pretty fast car out there right now, and he's leading this little small second pack around the field, and they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good, staying in line and keeping those cars together. But McKinney in that 42 machine is definitely right up on his bumper there. But looks like McKinney's ducked out of line there for a second, and they're back in pack, and they're making some pretty good time. And you know, nowhere near what they would with that lead pack, but they've had a pretty good run so far.
We go back. There's a caution out on the racetrack at. The 03 of Bruce Turner looks like he got tagged going into turn 3 by the 48, and the 03 did a pretty good job of saving that. He got a little back end damage in the wall, but other than that, his car looks okay.
You know, we were kind of talking about earlier the closing rate. You know, we were referring to that earlier in the race about the closing rate once you're in that draft, of how quick the closing rate is, and kind of looks like that played a bit of a factor in, you know, how that all came about, because Dom in the 03 he fell back just a little bit, you know, and then next thing you know, he had a good run going down into turn 3 there. It looks like they were about to go 3 wide with Louis Bussa and the 03, and looked like that was the 26 up there, Doc Stout, and that caused LaRusso to get in there a little faster than what he might have been expecting. That's what caused him to run into the 03 there, Bruce Turner.
Yeah, and there's a lap car out on the outside, and maybe the 03 might have been trying to let the 3 car Louis Bussa drop in front of him, and that going into turn 3, and I guess the 48 maybe wasn't expecting it, and the 48 just, you know, it happens in a split second. You can't really do much about it, and just hit him at the wrong angle at the wrong time and send the 03 around. But like I said, it doesn't look like the 03 had too much damage except for some rear end.
Yeah, mainly it was in the rear end damage. So if the 03 Turner can stay up there in that lead draft, you know, and keep his nose tucked up, he should still be fine. You know, make some pretty decent speed with that car. But you know, now we are down to about 32 laps. I'd say you'll see everybody pitting now to take on 4 tires and fuel and try to make it to the end now.
Yeah, and yeah, this should be the last stop for everybody that needs to go in, and so it does. Now it's just out. It's all about speed now. There's no strategy left.
Yeah, and looks like we were talking about earlier with the 05 machine of Nick Del Campo. You know, going in for that stop and go to fix that lug nut that he was loose. You know, when he came down pit road. Looks like he'll be our lucky dog here, which will put him back up on the lead lap. So he's definitely going to be able to, you know, salvage something out of this. Looks like he's still got a fairly decent car too. I mean, it's got some damage, but if he can catch in with a couple of guys to draft with, he may still be able to salvage a very decent finish out of this tonight.
Yeah, there are other guys riding around with the with that same damage on their car as well. So he should be able to find somebody to draft with and just hang on for a looks like a nice solid top 20 finish.
Yeah, he's definitely been, as you referred to earlier, he's been a trooper tonight after that incident he was involved in, and that car, you know, definitely isn't making the horsepower and speed that it was a lot earlier in the race when he was running up towards the front. But he's definitely sticking in there and trying to make the best out of this night that he possibly can. And looks like we may have a few wave rounds here if these guys stay out. I'm not sure if they're going to stay out or not, though. But as it looks right now, there may be a few wave rounds to include the 9 car of Mike Houston.
That would be another lap back. That would put Mike Houston 2 laps down. And he should, once again, talked about him all day, he's hanging in there. So that would put him 2 laps down, and he'd gain, get 1 step closer to gaining more positions there.
Yeah, we talked about Mike Houston after his incident early in the race, you know, falling all the way back to 40th position, being 4 laps down. But as it stands right now, even if Mike Houston's day goes south right now, we're to lose an engine, not be able to finish the race, whatever the case may be, he's looking at least a 22nd place finish today. So not a bad run for the early trouble that he had.
Yeah, and it's just another example of that, just being tough and hanging in there. But going back up at the front, it looks like Dale Reynolds, he did win the race off pit road, but he's sitting second to the 68 of Danny Baker, who looks like he stayed out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here if Baker goes in on the 1 to go, or if he's going to stay out there and try to run it. I mean, we haven't talked a lot about Baker now. We've talked about it a few times. He's been fairly well quiet tonight, but he may be trying to stay out. I don't know for sure, but he may try to stay out, lead a lap or 2, and maybe flex a little muscle. He may have something we don't know about yet at this point.
If he did go in, like maybe a lap or 2 prior to the caution coming out, I could see him staying out until and leading the field to the green. But if he did not, I don't see what the point would be, because he would he'd have to pit once. He had to pit 1 time, and the rest of the field, they don't have to pit.
Right, and as you may have just saw there, the 05 of Nick Del Campo has went around taking his wave around now, so he is, taking his lucky dog, so that'll put Nick Del Campo in that 05 machine back on the lead lap. And we also had the wave around there, Mike Houston. He did stay out, take the wave around. That'll put him at 2 laps down tonight. That man right there, I tell you what, he must have a fast car and must not have gotten very much damage out of that incident he got involved in, because he has been able to stay right at 4 laps down until the last few cautions, and now has moved himself back into the 2 laps down spot. So Big Mike must still have a pretty decent car under him. It would be interesting to see if he were to somehow get back on the lead lap, what he might have for the end of it.
Yeah, if he gets back on the lead lap, I'm sure he could pick up. Since I'm sure his car looks pretty darn fast, and I don't see why not that he could that he wouldn't be able to get up there and maybe contend for top 10.
Yeah, Big Mike, Mike Houston has definitely been, he's been a heavy trooper now as the #1 position car there. Danny Baker peels off on the pit road, so he was just sticking out to lead a lap or so, and now ducks down pit road with 1 to go. So, you know, he'll relinquish the lead.
Yeah, and that's gonna put Dale Reynolds, who Dale Reynolds, he has really been second pushing Lewis Buss all day, and it looks like the roles might be reversed coming back to green now.
Yeah, that inside line, though, I'm kind of looking at how they're lined up. They've got some pretty interesting group there as what we've seen up front tonight so far with Reynolds, Bussa, and then Justin Barton, all down there on the inside line, as well as Jeremy Enix. So a lot of those guys have been up front, but it's going to be interesting to see now with the way that they are on that bottom line, if they all get hooked up and get a good restart together, how they run together. So they've never been in this order so far.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen that 32 sitting right there, and he's been there all day, up and down day all day, and he's still sitting there. So he could have something for the end of this race.
Yeah, and one of the guys, I'm kind of going back through the field and looking here, the number 83, we were talking about him earlier, talking about kind of out there running laps and trying to get all the finish he could, but that 83 of Timmy St. Jean has, after this round of pit stops, moved himself up into the 11th place position, so he's not having a bad night after all with the amount of damage that he took during that very first caution, so he may still salvage a very good finish out of the night.
Yeah, and he's in 11th position, so he could be a he could squeeze into the top 10 by the before this night's over.
And looks like we're getting ready to come down and take the green here as we're coming past pit road now. Looks like we're going to get the green flag this time by and be off the racing once again.
Green flag's back out here in Daytona, and looks like Dale Reynolds on the inside. Once again, that inside gets a huge jump, and Lewis Bussa right there on the bottom. Looks like he's going to be able to follow right through.
Yeah, it looked like Barton got a real good jump there too. He was glued to the tail of Lewis Bussa there going into turn 1. They were real close up tight together, and he lost him just a little bit, but Jeremy Enix there in at 19 is giving him a real push, which pushed him a little bit below the yellow line there, but they're going to put that lead pack back together down there on the inside line, but looks like hanging out on that outside and hasn't had a chance to drop down yet. Looks like it's that 51 of Nick Thames and the 30 TeamSpeak car of Kevin Kelly as they're trying to find some room to get down on that bottom as Kevin Kelly's able to jump to the bottom, but now Nick and Kelly have tagged in at the back now, and looks like they're going to try to stick with that lead group, and as Dale Reynolds moves to the outside, I'm not sure what that was all about.
Yeah, Dale maybe got shuffled out to the outside there, and by his drafting partner, and he's gonna fall way back. But it looks like the 03 is gonna pick him up here on the outside. So see if they can maybe get something going on the outside, but it doesn't look like anyone's biting.
No, it looks like the two of them are up there on their own right now. They ain't nobody pulling out a line to try to get up there and help that outside line move. That's for sure. And you know, with just over 25 laps to go, somebody sooner or later is going to have to make that bite and get out there on that outside line if they plan on chasing down Lewis Bussa and taking that win away from him.
It's really interesting now because those two, the 03 and the 27, have been Lewis Bussa's primary drafting partners all night. Now that those two are gone, see if he's made any more friends that will go with him here at the end.
Yeah, that is for sure, and I'm going to be watching too as this unfolds. At number 30 of Kevin Kelly and the 51 of Nick Thames. You know, they are teammates over there at EPR Racing, and you know they're tucked up right now. They are right there together. You know, I'm going to see if they decide as well. Dale Reynolds is too. See if the three of them maybe have gotten in line together now and see if they pull out to try to make that outside line work with just over, like I say, 25 laps or so to go.
Looks like the 32 right there in second, Justin Barney's poking his nose around, maybe trying to find a way around Lewis Bussa, see if he can maybe take the lead away from Lewis, which few have been able to do today.
Yeah, Lewis Bussa has definitely, I would say, I don't have an exact tally, but I'm sure you're pretty sure has has the most laps led today. That bonus point locked up for today. But like you said, Barden keeps poking that nose out there, kind of looking, to that outside. But look at that 19 right behind him. So far, Jeremy Enix hasn't made a move to go out there with him, so he's been smart and kept that car, down there to where he can stay in the draft and not get shuffled to the back of that pack.
I believe Lewis Bussa, like you said, he's locked up most laps. He's led about 120 laps today, which is absolutely incredible for a track like a super speedway, where you usually see a lot of lead changes.
Yeah, Lewis has definitely had that car up front a lot today, and like you said, definitely locked up the most laps led. I'm sorry, for the extra point there. So that'll be 2 extra points for him. And the whole thing looks like Barden popped his nose out there for a minute, and Enix decided to go with him, but then they dropped back down into that bottom line. Been interesting to see if those two would have stuck it out. See who else might have went with them.
Yeah, I think those two are going to go together. Wherever that 32, if that 32 chooses to go to the outside, I think that 19 is going to follow him right up there. So as of right now, it looks like Lewis doesn't really have much help.
No, it does. It looks like Lewis is out there. If the 19 decides to go with the 32, I would say Bussa is pretty much a sitting duck out there on that bottom line until he can get some drafting help, and it'll take him a few laps to get that back and get the momentum to make that pass on the outside and get the right person up there with him. As it looked like the 19 and 32 ducked out there again, but decided to tuck it back in.
Yeah, and back here we see the 48 of Dominic LaRusso. He was out there on the outside. I think he dropped back once again, just wanted to be right at the tail end of this pack, but it's now or never to go, so he needs to find somebody and try and get going to the front.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise to say those 3 EPR teammates lined up right there together. Don't start testing the waters here in about the next 5 to 10 laps. At least get out there and start testing that outside line, see how it's going to work, and see who goes with them. And it'll be interesting to see at that point if that 48 of LaRusso decides to duck out there and go with them too.
Yeah, you look at, there's about 21 laps to go now, and you look at some of these guys back here, and they're like 6th on back. Some of these guys, they're not going to be able to have enough time to get back up to the front, so they need to start making their moves now, or they won't have enough time to get up there and challenge for the win.
Yeah, it looks like at 30 of Kevin Kelly and the 48 of Dominic LaRusso, they've jumped out onto that outside line and started making some headway there, but looks like they're starting to squeeze back down in that bottom line as it got a little hairy there for a second. Well, we got a caution out right now, I'm hearing.
Rolling back, it looks like the 40 and the 40 of Ethan Rondo and the 68 of Danny Baker.
Yeah, rolling it back, looks like the 40 of Ethan Rondo may have also been involved with that one. I'm kind of looking at my replay monitor now. Yeah, looks like the 40 of Rondo there got down on the inside line, got just below that apron with Ben Britton right behind him. Whipped it around and comes right back up the track into the 68 of Danny Baker. And I tell you, Ben Britton got lucky getting through that one the way he did, as that car spun just in front of him. And then looks like Kevin Kelly Jr. just couldn't get slowed up in time and came T-boned into the 68 of Danny Baker.
Yeah, and that 40 car looks like he just can't catch a break from a single caution today. But it looks like he got it back going, and he just continues to ride out here.
And looking at things here on the monitor, looks like we just had another victim, that number 68 of Danny Baker, which we had talked about earlier, having a good solid top 20 run, has completely destroyed the suspension on that car and is being put on the tow truck and heading back to the garage area. So that'll ruin any chances he had of a top 20 or a top 10 tonight.
That is really unfortunate for Danny Baker. He was having a really good run tonight, and just one unfortunate incident ends his night. It's really a bummer.
Yeah, and looking at back through the field here tonight, I'm about to get a total count here in just a moment how many cars that is, but it looks like about 19 cars or so. But unless I'm mistaken, I may have to look some things up here, but that'll give the number 9 of Mike Houston a lucky dog this time and put him back up there. He'll be 2 laps down at that time and move him into the 20th position. So Mike is going to wind up at least with a 20th position, it looks like, tonight.
I think that'll put Mike maybe one lap down, and so he's once again continues to stay up there, and he could get back on the lead lap, and he could gain a lot more positions if he wasn't so many laps down.
Yeah, Mike Houston has definitely been hanging in here tonight. He's had a fast car pretty much all night. Just he had that bad break there at the beginning of the race, you know, with spinning off into the grass, not being able to get any traction to get back on the track, losing 4 laps to start with. It's just a big deficit to overcome for anybody. I don't care who you are or how fast your car is. To overcome a 4-lap deficit here at Daytona is just tough to do.
Yeah, and but he's hung in there, and he's done a very good job of it, and he will pick up one more spot, and he'll get into top 20 here.
Yeah, which is you know, with what Mike's going to pick up there, it's a very respectable finish with the class of field that we've got here for NuffWorld's Team Speak 500 tonight at Daytona.
If we look at the statistics here, our leader, Louis Bossa, he has been the dominant car today, but he has never won at Daytona. He has had Louis Bossa has had 1 top 5 at Daytona, and he's had his average finish is a 17th position. So it would obviously be huge to see Louis Bossa take this win today after being clearly the dominant car, after leading over 100 laps today.
Yeah, Lewis has definitely, you know, he's definitely had the class of field as far as that car goes tonight, you know, and you know, he's, you know, with Lewis, it'd be hard. It's hard to believe with the speed weeks that Lewis has had in this number 3 car, you know, with the win at the shootout, qualifying on the pole here, and now leading all these laps at Daytona. It's just hard to believe this guy has never won at Daytona before. I mean, you would not know it by watching the way this guy's been running here today.
Yeah, he's it's just like you know, some drivers, they can have incredible runs all day, and it can change in a split second, especially here at Daytona. So he's obviously looking to get that monkey off his back after he's always been up front, and you know, just some unfortunate situations maybe have gotten him, and he's never been able to grab the checkered flag first here.
Right, you are. And looking at, you know, kind of, you've been talking about him a lot tonight, too, that number 32 machine, Justin Barden. I mean, to look at the way that guy's been running tonight, his average finish here at Daytona in the time he's been in Nuff is a 26th place position is his average. So, you know, he's looking at really helping his average out here, too.
Yeah, it's Justin Barden. He's like we said, he's had a great night tonight. Coming back from a tough start, but he's come back, and he's been hanging. Really has a fast car tonight. He's been hanging up there, and he could, he gets a good start here, he could maybe grab the lead quickly, because like we said, Lewis, from what we know, doesn't have much help up here in the front.
Yeah, but if you look at back there in that 3rd place position right now, Jeremy Enix in that number 19 car, Jeremy has 3 starts here at Daytona, and impressively, that young man with only 3 starts here has a win and 2 top 5s. His average finish here is a 7.3. So, you know, he may be playing some type of strategy game right now, being the say crafty old veteran that Jeremy is here at Daytona and having stats like that.
Pace car rolls off, and we're back green. It looks like there's a bit of a stack up on the inside there by Jeremy Enox, and now the 32, that's allowed him to squeeze back down on the inside, and that's not the start they were looking for down there on the inside.
No, it definitely wasn't, and it's very rare. I mean, we've seen many restarts here tonight. It's very rare to see that 19 of Enix have a bad restart like that. He's usually on the restarts and doing well, as he's pushed several guys out into the lead on these restarts. So that was surprising to see with Jeremy having a bad restart like that.
Saw with that inside stack up the 03 and the 27 on the outside. They tried to make some happen, but nobody would go up there with them. So now they're stuck, and now they're just trying to fit back in line.
And looking back here just a little bit back there, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, I mean, they're pretty much stacked up. We got a pretty good tight-knit group here going, and, you know, kind of like we have today, and it's a bit of the breakaway lead pack, so to speak. But, you know, there's a lot of cars back here who may very well be looking to make something happen before this is all over with, to include the number 11 of Steve Deo, who we haven't talked a lot about being up front today, but he finds himself up there in 13th in this lead pack now.
Yeah, and he's right in front of him is the 5 of Braxton Pierce. He's also been hanging around all day in the top 15, and he's right up there with the top for the lead group. So a lot of guys trying to take advantage of that stack up, and now it looks like we might have a little bit of an outside lane forming with the 03 of Bruce Turner, and looks like the 30 of Kevin Kelly and the 48 might have dropped back down.
Yeah, it looks like the 30 and the 48 have dropped back down into that bottom line, kind of left Bruce Turner and that 03 hanging out there. And I talked about it a little bit earlier. It's going to be interesting to see. Now, you got that Nick Thames, Daryl Reynolds, and Kevin Kelly, all 3 right there nose to tail right now. They are EPR teammates, so it'll be interesting to see before this is all over with if those 3 EPR teammates don't pull out and try to make a run at this thing.
There's teammates come in a huge handy here when you're in these situations.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, if you got teammates out here, they can definitely come in to play a big part, you know, to help things out, so to speak, here when you come to the end of this race and, you know, start looking at things. But yeah, you see the speeds at the line there. There's quite a big difference. Justin Barden is the fastest car out there on the track, you know, that time by. So he's definitely showing he's got a good, strong car. He could make things happen here before it's all over with just a little bit of help.
Yeah, he's had a very fast car. Looks like right now he's glued to the number 3. And if he goes out and tries to make a move, like we said, I think that 19 will go out there and follow him.
Yeah, they've shown so far tonight quite a few times now that Barden starts poking his nose out there a little bit. Jeremy has looked like he was going to follow him, so you know it might be coming. I mean, it's definitely coming time to do it. I mean, we got 12, 13 laps left to go here. It's about time somebody's going to have to do something here before it's all over with to challenge Lewis Bussell, because he's ran that bottom line all night long. He is not about to give up the bottom. He's going to make them pass him on the outside, and the only way you're going to do that is if you got help.
Yeah, and you know, some of these guys back here, like fifth on back, these guys have to make moves now. As we see the 45 of Wilja got on the apron there, and he's able to squeeze back up on the track at the cost of the 27. 27 luckily had enough awareness to get out of the way there, and he's going to slide back in the lane.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, there goes the 51 sliding off the track. Looks like he may have had a little bit of help there. Looks like he may have been touched in the rear end. We got a caution out, so wow, that's a big change of events here with just over 10 to go with Nick Thames sliding off into the off the track.
Yeah, I think Nick Thames, he got a little contact right out of the corner from the 45, and it sent the 51 right around.
Yeah, I don't know. They're, I think, the way the teams closed the door on him earlier, to take that position, it might been just a little love tap to let him know, hey, I didn't appreciate that, and it turned out to be costly for Nick.
Yeah, we saw something like that with actually the 16 of Brian Lee. He, similar to Nick Thames, he just got tapped out of 2 and just sent him around and make contact with that inside wall. So it's just an unfortunate situation that you can't escape right there.
Yeah, it looks like it might have been just a case too, though. It looks like Thames may have had to check up just a little bit to keep from running over Brian Lee up there just in front of him, and when he did, Wildrick wasn't. That kind of what it looks like from this angle is Wildrick didn't have enough time or awareness to check up in time to keep from getting into the 51, which at any cost, that 51 machine took a heavy hit into that inside wall, and I would say all but about ruins any chance of winning this thing tonight for that 51 Redline Designs machine.
That could be a little bit of a break for some guys that were right at the tail end of that pack there. Some guys like Dale Reynolds and Kevin Kelly, those guys were hanging there and really couldn't do much unless they had a little bit of a tangle up at front. So now that's gonna give these guys a second shot at trying to make something happen here on the restart.
Yeah, a lot of those guys were starting to move around within that pack and move around each other, and it looks like they were trying to size things up and start to try to make some moves there. But now it's going to be even more important than ever as we get this restart when it comes up. We'll have about 8, maybe 9 laps to go. So we're coming down to the end here. It's about time for guys start making some moves, and you'll see a lot more aggressive driving, I think, than what you've seen in previous laps so far.
Yeah, and we've seen bad starts, and this restart here will be probably the most important of the night. So getting a good restart here is very, very important.
Yeah, Dale Reynolds looked like he was coming down pit road, but decided to fake it just to see who else was going to come in with him. Looked behind him, nobody was coming, so jumped back up on the track before he hit that commitment cone. So he was playing a little game there just to see if anyone else would go with him, and nobody went. So he jumps back out to resume his 6th place position.
Yeah, and just wanted to test and see if anybody would, because sometimes you go in pit. Sometimes those tires can be a big advantage. These guys have run a little while out on these tires, so it could be a big advantage in the end if were able to get somebody to go down with him. Yeah,
so most of the front pack all stayed out. Nobody went in, took any tires or such. So it's going to be they've got what they got. So now it's time to show what you got, so to speak. The old saying from Kevin Kelly Sr., run what you brung.
Yeah, but now it's just everybody looks like they're going to start where they are, and it's just all about getting that shift right, and it's just this restart's very important. Yeah, this will be one of the probably the most important restart of the night. You do not want to definitely spin the tires or miss a shift, or you got to be on your A game, and it's time to bring the A game now. At this point of the race, you've been sitting here, call it logging laps, whatever you want to call it. You've been sitting here running this thing for 190 laps. It's time to show now. Sometimes in these situations you're hanging back there. Sometimes even if there is a little checkup, sometimes you don't want to check up, and you're gonna make holes for yourself, or you're just gonna keep in it and keep pushing that guy ahead of you no matter what. And sometimes that can get you in trouble, but sometimes it pays off as well. Yeah, and looking here at Brian Lee, that number 16 machine, one of our rookies over here in NuffWorld. This is his first race with us ever here at Daytona. Currently running in 5th position here at the TeamSpeak 500. So he's he's having himself a real good night here, and quite a few cars up here in the top 10 over this last 40-50 laps. The top 10 hasn't really changed up a whole lot, but looking back here too, in 11th position. We talked about him earlier tonight, that number 11 of Steve Deo, who's
been kind of milling around in the back most of the night. Was a lap or two down there at one point. Now finds himself knocking on the outside of a top 10 position here.
Yeah, and if he gets a good start, he could take advantage of maybe some people ahead of him having bad starts. He could maybe take it 3 wide and make some holes and get some positions, because I think he has a car that can stay with the lead group.
I think when we go to this restart here, we may end up with 2 packs, but I think we're going to have a lot of action going on here within these 2 packs, because a lot of these guys who will end up in the second pack here, looks like they've got guys that have been damaged throughout the night, such as Nick Del Campo, Timmy St. Jean, Kevin Kelly. A lot of these guys, Steve Deo, as we talked about, Braxton Pierce. So, we're going to have 2 different packs here, but all those guys on the lead line, every lead lap, I'm sorry, but every position out here, every pass, every car is going to be a position. So, and it looks like our lucky dog, Ethan Landu, is going around now, so we should be getting the one to go here as we come to the stripe this time by.
Yeah, and that's a good big thing for Ethan Rondo, because I believe that will put him back on the lead lap, and he can now he can gain some positions if he after this thing goes back green.
Looking back here in 20th position, just to bring him up again, at number 9, Mike Houston keeps plugging away. He finds himself in the 20th position now. So, Mike has been out here. He has run it out. He has gutted it out, and is going to walk away with the top 20 tonight for his efforts. So, congratulations at this point to Big Mike. Looks like he's going to pull away with the top 20 for sure.
Yeah, and when he had that incident, like I said, he was dead last. He's picked up 20 positions from then, which is a lot, and he's sitting there good old, and he's sitting in top 20 right now, so he's done a really good job.
Now it's kind of interesting to see here now as we're getting double file, coming around past the start-finish line here, looking at how they line up here. We'll kind of take you through the top 10 here, but Louis Bussa and Jeremy Enix now will be on that inside line together with Justin Barden and looks like Travis McKinney up there on the top side. So, Enix has looked several times to make a move, come out with Barden. So it's going to be interesting to see if these two try to find some way, or if they do find some way to get together, if they'll actually move out and take that top line now.
Yeah, and at 19, he didn't get the best start on the last restart. So if he can get a good start and he can squeeze up and maybe hook up with the 32, maybe they can get something going and get by this 3 car.
There's a lot of potentials here with what we're seeing in the top 10 in these packs. Of it's going to be an interesting finish for sure. But kind of running through the top 10 right now. Of course, leading the race is the number 3 of Louis Bussa in that TeamSpeak Chevrolet, and then you got number 32 of Justin Barden out there in that Monster Energy. The 3rd place is the 19 of Jeremy Enix, with 4th place being Travis McKinney. 5th place, Dale Reynolds at number 27. 6th place, currently showing 16 of Brian Lee. 7th place, Howard Wildrick, running right there still today. And number 30, the other TeamSpeak car of Kevin Kelly. 9th place, Dominic LaRusso, and at 48, who's been hanging out there all night. And currently showing in 10th, the number 11 car there, Steve Deo. So we got a lot of potential here for this with 7 laps to go when they hit green, with a big shootout coming.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really, really exciting and really good finish here at the end.
Looks like they're getting ready to take the green here. There's a little bit of tire smoke as guys are gearing down, getting those cars into the right gear they want to be. So here's the green flag, and looks like Louis Bussa got a good jump right there, as did Barden. So Jeremy Enix once again is going to slide back into 3rd place. Looks like they're all falling down single file as quickly as they can. So Louis Bussa at the time has got the lead with Justin Barden running out there in 2nd. Looks like the 5 car may have got a little contact, got off in the grass right there, and we got another caution.
Yeah, it looks like the 5 of Braxton Pierce, he just got tagged on the side of his car. Somebody tagged him at the side of his car, and he just went around going into turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That one looked like it happened. Wow, it all got started. Looks like a few cars didn't really, that inside line didn't get the best best start there was. Looks like the 45 checked up on the 48, which, 48 got into the back of it a little bit, but then the 5 car just kind of running along there. The 11 of Steve Deo was trying to keep from running over someone, came down a little bit, got Pierce down onto that apron, and of course brought that car right on around.
Yeah, and looks like he made contact with the 34 of Ben Britton there, and it's just these guys all jogging for position there. It was really tight, and one person made contact with another, and it just started a chain reaction.
Yeah, that caution actually pretty much began at the start-finish line and ended in turn 1. That was a long developing caution.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. They looks like they should wreck in one spot, and then they go out and they wreck in the next corner. So it's like it's just how it goes.
Yeah, but in the meantime, that leaves Louis Bussa up front in that number 3 machine with the top 3 still haven't changed any of it at all. The number 3, excuse me, leading the way, the 32 right there in second, the 19 in third, and the 42, excuse me, running right there in 4th position. So we're going to get one more try at this, but it looks like Bussa has got these restarts pretty much nailed down. He's had good restarts all night, so. And Barden, of course, has had good restarts all night, too. So those are the 2 that look like they always get off to a good restart.
Yeah, those front 2, they both got really good restarts, and they gapped them. They gapped 3rd and 4th there, and that could be big if these guys. It could be big for Bussa, and or it could also be negative as well, because like we said, you don't want to get out to too big of a lead, or you'll see some guys sucking up really fast and they'll just fly by you.
Yeah, and it looks like they gave Bruce Turner, he was the lucky dog on that one, so that puts Bruce Turner, the last car on the lead lap, back there in 19th position. So looks like they've already doubled up. We may be going green this time by.
Yeah, it looks like it was a quick caution here, and they're going to get this going quick.
Yeah, it looks like a quick caution. As we take the green here with lap 195. So it's going to be a shootout for sure.
We should if we go this time by, we should restart with about 5 laps to go, and it's going to be good. Green flag's back out here in the TeamSpeak 500, and look, once again the front 2 got a little bit of a gap, and the 32 is going to drop straight down to the inside, and the 19's right there as well.
Yeah, that 32 and the number 3 definitely got good restarts, which they've both had good restarts all night long, haven't missed a beat on it. But the 19 of Jeremy Enix looks like he's been able to pull up to that 32 of Justin Barden, and is right on the bumper now as we got the pack starting to form here on this inside line. So looks like the 32, though, maybe starting to peek his nose out there a little bit. Looks like we got a caution back here again.
Yeah, we got another caution, and it looks like the 42 of Travis McKinney up in the wall there, and just trying to like we said, just trying to get everything they can.
Yeah, it looks like as he's coming into the turn there, it looks like he was running up there on that outside line, him and Brian Lee, and not really sure what happened there as they coming down the back stretch here. They were running all fine, so, and getting into turn 3, looks like McKinney looks like the number 11 is what happened there. Kind of looking at the replay there, looks like the 11 come in there and may have got a little tight there with Steve Deo and come up the track into the 42, and the rest, as they say, is history. McKinney goes around, beats up the outside wall a little bit, and is able to continue running.
Yeah, and I think we will restart green, white, checkered here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a definite green-white checkered here at this time, as we just took lap 197. So we're going to come down to a green-white checkered here at the TeamSpeak 500. With it's going to be interesting to see. It'll when we go green this time, it's definitely there's no holding back any longer and trying to make a move. It's time to start making your moves now as soon as we go green.
Yeah, and these guys have to start getting good restarts, because these front two are just killing it on restart. So they really need to get a good restart and stay right up with these front two, or I think it's going to be settled between these. Looks like it could be settled just between these top three cars.
You know, I'm starting to bring to mind too, just a thought here. I may be way off, or I may be incorrect on this, but you know, that number 1 and number 2 position there, Martin and Lewis Buss are both getting great restarts, which they have all night. And it seems like the last couple of restarts at number 19 of Jeremy Enix just isn't getting the restart he's been having all night. But I wonder if maybe he's, you know, not getting that restart, and it's allowing that 32 to jump down in front there to form that single car line. And these two may have something planned that once they come into that last lap, the two of them being together, ducking out on that outside and dethroning Lewis Buss, so to speak, off that number 1 position.
That could be, because with that, because then that 19 could get that run and that push that 32 straight on by the 8, because it does look like that 32 and the 19 are willing to work with each other to get by this 3.
Yeah, and like I say, it seems like that the 19 just doesn't get the restart, but it's like once he hits third gear, he's able to suck right up on the bumper of that 32 and continue moving, you know, and pushing him forward to where they can walk into the draft there, that number 3 car.
It's going to be real interesting here, with especially with 4th place Dale Reynolds. He's been working with Lewis Buss all night, so see if he can maybe work something out to get with that 3 car. If he's if the 3 car is left out, and maybe he could get with that 3, and it could be a really exciting finish down at the end.
I'd say a nice recovery too in amongst all of that was going on, though, is that number 51. Looking at him here of Nick Thames. I know the last time we spoke about him, you know, he was sideways heading off into the grass, into the inside wall there, but he's still maintaining a top 10 position right now, even after that, with the pit strategy and getting things fixed, you know, under his last couple of cautions. So he's still going to get himself, and may end up being a factor in this before it's all over with, you know, with helping maybe push someone across.
And 2 positions behind him in 11th is Nick Del Campo as well. So a lot of guys, you know, just still hanging in there. He's Nick Del Campo. He's sitting there in 11th, so he could get a surprise top 10 out of this after this. He had a tough second half of the race, but he could be looking at a great finish here at the end.
Yeah, and you know, nothing would make Nick Del Campo happier right now than be able to bring home at least a top 10 after the night that young man has had. He started out so well, but the second half of the race just has not been the way he wanted it to go, you know, and to bring home a top 10 out of this would be a major accomplishment, you know, with what happened to him.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling to know that you had troubles at the start of the race, but it's always good to know that you can come back from that and you can have a great finish. So he'll be feeling real good if he's able to hold on to this.
Yeah, that he will. And looks like we're going to go around one more time, you know, for the pace car here. Run one more parade lap around. But we should be going green, I think, next time by. So, you know, the fireworks are, as they like to say, the fireworks are about to kick off.
Yeah, they're getting ready to double up here, and a lot of possibilities and interesting scenarios that could play out. But you can't predict anything here at Daytona.
That's for sure, but I'm going to kind of give a rundown here. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but some of the cars, and I mean, we've had a lot of great competition that's currently sitting behind the wall in the garage right now, but including the number 31 of Alex Monteferranti, Ed Wilson, Joshua Biddle, Danny Gutierrez, Dennis Wright, Charles Chapman, Chuck Garcia, Christian Vasquez, Ben Bando, Dennis Jenkins, Jerry Hinkle, Sean Tate, Frankie Samato, Charles Payne, William Robinson, Kevin Hibbett, Tony Ball, Chris Manthe, Danny Baker, Doc Stout. Correction, Doc Stout's not out yet. He's the last remaining car in the field in 21st position, but 19 cars out of the race.
That is almost half the field here, and that's a big number. But you know, there's still even with 19 cars out, they're still getting ready to have a really great finish here at the end.
Yeah. Looking at, you know, kind of the tail of the tape, so to speak, we talked about it earlier, but as we've gone on through this race, the temperatures have once again have dropped drastically since the last time we talked about them. The track temperatures dropped down to 90 degrees now, and the ambient temperature now down to 73 degrees. So, you know, that's making a big difference with the way these cars are handling right now, too.
Yeah, that should make for a lot of faster speeds, and maybe these guys can get going maybe a little quicker now. But it should be, like I said, just be very interesting here as the pace car is getting ready to pull off.
Yeah, the pace car is ducking off now, heading down pit road. So here we go. We're going green, and we're back to green now as Louis Bussell, once again, he gets that good jump. Looks like Jeremy in that 19 didn't exactly get the jump he was expecting, and 32 was able to slide down once again right there in front of the number 19. But you know, it's going to be interesting to see if these two will work together, as Barden seems to be running about middle lane right there right now, and Jeremy is sucking up tight onto his bumper. So Barden's already looking to that outside. He wants to make that move.
Yeah, that 27, he's made a little contact with the 19 there. He was really struggling to get down to the inside. There's nothing left as they go through 3 and 4. You're going to get ready to take the white flag. See if the 32 and 19 make any moves. They're going to the outside of the 3 now.
Yeah, it looks like that 32 and the 19 is going with him. So we got a 2-car up on the outside, and looks like they didn't get a whole lot. It looks like Wilder's going to suck up onto Louis Buss's bumpers as we get the white flag with the 48 of Dominic Caruso running right there in that 3rd car in that draft. So it's going to come down to the end here as Bussa and Justin Barden have been duking it out up there, high side and low side. So it's just according to how this backstretch goes for these guys.
Yeah, these guys are going to try and get a real run, but it looks like the 48, he's going to stay down to the inside, and the 3 and the 45 are going to get the advantage going into turn 3.
Yeah, it looks like Wilder kind of peeked out there for a moment, too. Thought about going to that outside, so it's definitely been interesting as a 48 and a 32. Looks like we got a little caution and contact behind them, but looks like it's going to be Louis Bussa coming across, and yes, it will, but Justin Barden will finish 3rd, which is a major accomplishment for this young man. Congratulations to Louis Bussa in the top 5, man. What a finish.
That was a really good finish, really great race. Some cars wrecking across the line, but looks like just about everybody finished.
Man, I tell you what, that was some very good racing out there. Very good job out there on that outside by the number 32 and Justin Barden. You know, he's still young. He's done an awesome job out there on that outside line, and Jeremy pushed him and such. But they just need a little more help once that inside line sucked up, and they had 3-4 cars against them. It was going to be hard to make that pass either way.
Yeah, it was. Louis Bussa was down there by himself, but the 45 decided to go to the inside and help Louis Bussa, and that's what propelled Louis Bussa to the victory.
That it is, and congratulations to Louis Bussa, the TeamSpeak 500 winner. He finally he takes home that trophy tonight, and the TeamSpeak 500 gets his first Daytona win here. So, you know, he's a happy guy tonight, and you know. But at the same time, there ain't no loser, so to speak, here. I mean, that was a great finish right there the way it was, and, you know, there's a lot of good action coming to that checkered flag.
That is very fitting for the 3-car there, as he also has TeamSpeak on the hood tonight, so it's very fitting that he takes the win tonight.
Kind of go through the race recap here. Just you know, of course, our winner, the number 3 of Louis Bussa. Second place coming across the line was the number 45 of Howard Wildrick, with the 32 of Justin Barden coming in 3rd, the number 19 of Jeremy Enix in 4th, and the number 48 of Dominic Russo coming home in a 5th place position.
Yeah, in 6th we have the 27 of Dale Reynolds. In 7th we have Darren Benj in the 15. In 8th we have the 03 of Bruce Turner. In 9th we had the 16 of Brian Lee. Very nice recovery for him. And the 34 surprise up in 10th position is Ben Britton.
Right, looking back in the 11th place position, once again, a guy who made a great recovery here, that number 5 of Braxton Pierce. And coming home in 12th will be the number 11 in his first race here, Steve Deo. 13th, once again, another nice recovery, the 05 of Nick Del Campo. 14th, the 83 of Timmy St. Jean. And 15th, the 87 of Kelvin Kelly Jr., bringing it home in a 15th place position for that rookie.
16th, we have another rookie, the 40 of Ethan Rondo. And 17th, we have the 42 of Charles McKinney. 18th, the 51 Nick Thames getting involved in that wreck off of turn 4. He's the last car to finish on the lead lap in 18th position. In 19th, the number 9 of Mike Houston. A great effort by him tonight. He gets a top 20. Great job by Mike Houston tonight. Kevin Kelly, he finishes 20th in that number 30 TeamSpeak.
Yeah, Kevin Kelly, tough break there. Before that incident, he was running up inside the top 10, but got involved in that incident coming down to the checkered flag and winds up finishing back here in 20th position. But rounding out the last remaining car running in the night was the number 26 of Doc Stout. All right, we'll tell you what, folks, stay tuned when we get back here. We're going to have some interviews, especially from tonight's race winner, Louis Bussa, but we're going to take a quick commercial break while we get our pit reporters down there and get this interview from Victory Lane with Louis Bussa.
Link engaged.
Welcome to TeamSpeak, advanced voice communication software for any platform. TeamSpeak allows groups of people to communicate and share information with anyone via the internet or through private networks. Using your Windows, Mac or Linux-based computer, all you need is a headset with microphone, and in minutes you can be chatting with others in real time using our crystal clear voice technology. As a pioneer in the industry, TeamSpeak has become one of the most recognized brands in online gaming and voice-over IP solutions. TeamSpeak features include a customizable toolbar, a clickable server icon and support for channel icons, custom graphics and BB code-enabled info panes, detailed user info and support for uploading avatars, firewall-friendly file transfer, tabbed public and private text chat with logging, custom skins, themes and sound packs, and much more.
I'm someone that's more than just a casual gamer. It's important to me to have fast, organized, quality voice comms. With TeamSpeak, I'm able to quickly customize user permissions and email a privilege key to an offline user. So the next time they log into the server, they'll be set up exactly how I want them to be. TeamSpeak also lets us do file transfers, assign player rank, insignia, upload avatars, or create custom skins. For me, there's no better choice out there than TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak is free to use for non-commercial entities. Low-cost professional hosting is also available through our global network of authorized TeamSpeak host providers. For online gaming titles, social networks, government, military, or simulator projects, TeamSpeak also offers a software development kit. The TeamSpeak SDK allows developers to integrate our technology directly into their existing product or service. So no matter which game you're playing or with whom you wish to communicate, TeamSpeak has you covered. TeamSpeak. Flexible, powerful, crystal clear voice communication on any platform.
And
We're
welcome
down
back here to Daytona International Speedway. We got our top three down here. Just Jacob Popolowski has been able to catch up with our race winner tonight on the Daytona International Speedway's TeamSpeak 500. So, J-Pop, I understand you got the tonight's winner, Louis Bussa, down there with you. Is that correct?
Yes, I do, and a very impressive, leading 144 laps today. Louis, how are you? How are you so dominant tonight?
I wound up getting the right partners at the right time to push me to the front. I got TeamSpeak on board for the TeamSpeak 500. I wanted this car in the lead. I wanted it to be out there, and I wanted to represent TeamSpeak right. I was honored that the admins and TeamSpeak wanted to sponsor me. So I had to kind of put on a show for them.
There at the end, knowing that you had the 32 and the 19 against you, how worried were you? Did you think at all that you're going to be able to pull out the win, even though you had lost your partner, Dale Reynolds, had been working with you almost all the night?
Well, first off, I'd like to I gotta say thanks to Jay, man, because I'm telling you, dude, when me and him hook up on the super speedways, we go places. We could have easily won the dual race, but we didn't. I screwed up because I was trying to get in to push somebody else. If I would have just pulled low, me and him could have won that race. But I got an idea on what they were trying to do through the other restarts. I could kind of tell, he was trying to put Justin in to get a spot to get a run on me. We came off one. I saw Justin lagging back to get that run. So entering three, I lagged back to try to time out their run to hopefully, break their momentum some. I had to run them up the track a little bit. And that was kind of the plan because I got them to run up the track and the inside line filled in behind them. And I was able to cut low and get the push draft and help from Howard Wildrick, who really did a good job pushing me to the end there. I mean, that was a great finish.
Well, would you, after this win, anybody you'd like to just to thank tonight?
I gotta thank all the sponsors, TeamSpeak, of course, for jumping on board. Christian Vasquez spotting for me, and Diamond Medical, Redline Designs, Potomac, TB Designs, the VSU for sponsoring the Cup Series. We've got Halls on Post. Just a bunch of great things going on here. I think we got Starting Park might be jumping on board for Vegas, I believe. So we got that to look forward to, and I got to dedicate this to all the guys out there that are hating on this win right now. I know who you are, and you know who you are. So yeah, I just gotta congratulate them because without them, I don't know if I would have got this done the way I did.
Well, congratulations to you, Bussa, and now we're going to send it down to Douglas Sargent, who has our second place finisher.
Yeah, that's right, J-Pop. I'm down here with Howard Wildrick, who brings it home in the second place position tonight. Almost had enough there at the end to maybe make a run on Lewis, but he was dominant all night. But, your first run here at Daytona with NuffWORLD and TeamSpeak 500, kind of take us through how the night went for you. I mean, you had a pretty good car all night, it looked like.
Well, I started 11th, and I moved my way up into the top 10. Pretty much hung around there the whole race. I had a couple teammates, Danny Gutierrez and Josh Biddle, but they got taken out early. Dominic was there later on. He actually was behind me there when I got behind Bussa. I was going to try to get him to go with me high, but that didn't work out too well. I really didn't have, too many people helping me. So it was kind of hard, but it was a lot of fun.
Now coming down for that last lap there, when you saw that 32 and 19 jump up there to the high side, kind of what went through your mind there at that point?
Well, I was thinking I'd go with them, or I could finish second, or try to get a run behind Bussa, and then jump up and try to get a push from them, which I timed it just wrong. I think if I had done it on the backstretch, I probably would have got a bigger push, but I just filled in the line and rode with Bussa to the finish there.
Well, you definitely had for the first time here at Daytona with our Team Speak 500 here in NuffWorld. I mean, I want to congratulate you first, especially for a second place finish. I mean, well deserved. Like you said, you hung around there biggest most of the night, in the top 10, and after losing your buddies there with Team BBBS and such, you definitely done well. But is there anyone you want to send a special thanks out? Say anything special to out there?
I just thank my teammates. Danny gave me a setup, and it worked out awesome. I just kept adding tape to it because it kept getting cooler and cooler, and it was fast.
Now, that was one of the things we were kind of talking about a little bit up here in the booth, too. Did the track seem to change on you very much throughout the night? I know we were kind of paying attention to the temperatures and stuff, or the ambient temperature on the track, but was it playing with the car any with the cooler temperatures as the day went on?
Oh, setup-wise, it stayed the same. Just pretty much adding tape. It kept getting cooler, so you kept being able to add more tape.
All right, well, like I say, congratulations on tonight's second place finish to Howard Wildrick. Look forward to seeing you over at Phoenix next week, bud.
Thanks a lot. I can't wait to get in my number 7 car. I think it'll look pretty awesome on the track.
All right, and with that, I'll send it down to Jacob Popolovsky, who has the third place finisher tonight, Justin Barton.
Yeah, and Justin, I got to give you a good job, props on after having that little problem there at the beginning of the race. You bounced back and you had a really good night at the second half of that race. Just tell us how you made your way back up and were in contention for this win at the end.
Oh, I had a great starting position, had that misfortune, but came back up to the field, I had a drive through, then I sped again. That was stupid of me. Then I think I gained like 8 or 10 positions, I think, on just one lap. So I got my way back up. Did pretty well. I'm really thrilled that I got to this point, because without this, I wouldn't be, without BB and all my teammates, I wouldn't be here. But thanks to them, I got to where I got.
Down there in the final 10 laps, you were sitting there running second for a good amount of time. Did you have any plan made out of how you're gonna try and get by Bussa, or were you just gonna take it as it goes?
I was gonna do whatever I could to get around Bussa. Me and Jay were basically planning everything, and basically Bussa hit right on those points. We were doing exactly what he said. I was trying to get down on each restart and trying to get the run around him, and just couldn't get to it because Howard got it under, so really couldn't do anything about that.
Well, congratulations on your great finish, and anybody you'd like to just say thank you for your night.
I'd like to thank my teammates, you, J-Pop, Kane, all my friends who've helped me get here. Big thanks.
All right, well, that's it from down here, and your finishing order. Congratulations once again to you, Justin Barton, and to all your top 3 finishers, and we're gonna send it back up to Ducey.
All right, what a race we had here tonight, folks, at the Team Speak 500. Very, very good race all the way around. So, I want to send especially a congratulations out to tonight's race winner, Louis Bussa. Dominated a lot of tonight. Second place finisher, Howard Wildrick. Third place finishing out will be Justin Barton. Fourth place going out to the number 19 of Jeremy Enix. Fifth place with a great run tonight, Dominic LaRussa. Sixth place, you'll be Dale Reynolds. Seventh place, Darren Binge. Eighth place, Bruce Turner. And rounding out the top 10 tonight will be Benjamin Britton. I want to say congratulations to all of those. Those were your top 10s. Now, that looks like it'll do it for us tonight over here at Nuff TV, live from Daytona International Speedway with the Team Speak 500. just before we go off the air, I want to say, good job to the top 3 to the top 10 all together. Great race tonight. And like I say, from up here in the booth, this is Douglas Sargent and Jacob Popolowski, along with our producer back here in the back, Stephen Mahana. Don't forget to tune in next week for Phoenix International Speedway. We'll be right back here on Nuff TV for live flag-to-flag coverage at Phoenix International. Guys, have a good week. We'll see you back here next week.
Link engaged.
Welcome to TeamSpeak, advanced voice communication software for any platform. TeamSpeak allows groups of people to communicate and share information with anyone via the internet or through private networks. Using your Windows, Mac or Linux-based computer, all you need is a headset with microphone, and in minutes you can be chatting with others in real time using our crystal clear voice technology. As a pioneer in the industry, TeamSpeak has become one of the most recognized brands in online gaming and voice-over IP solutions. TeamSpeak features include a customizable toolbar, a clickable server icon and support for channel icons, custom graphics and BB code-enabled info panes, detailed user info and support for uploading avatars, firewall-friendly file transfer, tabbed public and private text chat with logging, custom skins, themes and sound packs, and much more.
I'm someone that's more than just a casual gamer. It's important to me to have fast, organized, quality voice comms. With TeamSpeak, I'm able to quickly customize user permissions and email a privilege key to an offline user. So the next time they log into the server, they'll be set up exactly how I want them to be. TeamSpeak also lets us do file transfers, assign player rank, insignia, upload avatars, or create custom skins. For me, there's no better choice out there than TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak is free to use for non-commercial entities. Low-cost professional hosting is also available through our global network of authorized TeamSpeak host providers. For online gaming titles, social networks, government, military, or simulator projects, TeamSpeak also offers a software development kit. The TeamSpeak SDK allows developers to integrate our technology directly into their existing product or service. So no matter which game you're playing or with whom you wish to communicate, TeamSpeak has you covered. TeamSpeak. Flexible, powerful, crystal clear voice communication on any platform.